Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, hey, hi. Whoa. Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Welcome and all that. Ellipsis. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Bill Squire is back in the friendly confines.
Hey, creepy hugs.
After a brush with death yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but it was definitely a brush with throwing up in the parking lot.
It was a brush with nausea.
Made it to the trash can. I don't know. Like, I just halfway. I mean,
He left like an hour into the show.
yeah, like
He's
an hour
I
into the
gotta
show.
get
I
out
was
of
like,
here.
I got real lightheaded and was nauseous, and I don't know. Maybe I'm pregnant. I don't know. But
Oh, the pool
Congratulations.
boobies.
yeah, pool boobies got me pregnant. No,
Yeah.
So I packed up and got out of here, and walking through the lobby area on the way out, they had just cleaned for once, and the chemicals made me so much more nauseous, and I puked real hard in that trash can that's right outside the vestibule.
Wow.
And went home, slept it off, and felt better today. So
Maybe
Something you
you
ate, you
are
think?
pregnant.
I don't know. Maybe something I ate, but like I also like my thyroid got all swollen and stuff. It was weird.
What
But
did
probably
you
cancer.
eat 2 days ago? Not Wednesday, on Tuesday. What did you have?
Clams Casino.
You had clams casino
And then I found,
on the ground.
yeah.
You can't eat ground clams.
I think
Bill.
It was sitting on somebody's hood in the lot when we got off the good time.
I don't know, cereal. Like I was been doing like poverty meals.
You didn't
That's
have
all
any.
you ate?
I had cereal and peanut butter and jelly. I think like microwavable spaghetti and meatballs.
You didn't have any boar's head turkey sandwiches,
No,
did you?
no.
They got some huge listeria outbreak with
None of
boar's
that.
head. Hey, please give a warm round to Mary Santora, who's back there, and she's keeping the torch lit there in
Puke
Midtown.
free since 2020.
There
baby.
you go. Puke free since 73, baby. I don't know the last time I vomited. That's a really, from nausea, not drinking. Even drinking, I can't recall. I'm sure it had to do something with Porco. I always go ham when I go to Porco. But
Drinks just go down so easy.
they go so
so
easy,
good.
and
They're
they come up
so
they come up just as easily. That's the beauty of it, because you can't.
There's 8
They're
ounces
so
of alcohol
good.
in every
yes.
one.
Oh, they're so good. They go down so easy.
The last time I went to Porco, I woke up without my engagement ring on. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming that was the beginning of the end of that relationship.
It was trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in the guest bedroom with no engagement ring, and I was like, oh, no.
Oh yeah,
What happened after those painkillers?
yeah.
Last
Porco's
time
a spot, boy.
Last time I went to Porco was a date. It was like someone I'd seen a few times, and we Ubered there, and she lived in Ohio City, so we went back to her place and fooled around for a little bit, and then pizza was on the way, and she just started yelling at me and being like, why? And I was like, I don't know where all this came from.
She was yelling before the pizza even.
Before the
got
pizza
there.
got there, and then
Oh,
the pizza got
no.
there, and I put half the pizza in the house and ate the other half on the porch while I waited for an Uber to go home.
You know better!
I was like, I'm not dealing with a yelly lady.
Yeah, of course. Not
We had a good
another one.
time, yeah.
Come on,
This-
I've
this
had my
is-
fill of yelly
Yeah,
ladies.
this is
That was
around
before.
This is this same era.
No, no.
You know better!
You're like me. You really bring out the best in people that you
I mean,
date.
what can I say?
little
Just- I-
stink.
Yeah.
People just, I got this thing that women just love to yell at sometimes.
I've got something that you're going to love to yell at, ladies. I don't know what to tell you, but get ready to yell.
They don't like when I break up with them.
I was one of those people where I wouldn't ever say anything. If anything was bothering me, I wouldn't say anything. And then like twice a year, I'd blow up at like a small thing. So when I got sober, I took a hard shift the other way.
Yeah.
And where I'm like, I tell people immediately when things are annoying or bothering me. And it actually, I told Brian up front when we first started dating, I said, hey, listen, there is no guesswork. Like, you're never going to not know what's going on in my mind. You will know if I'm mad. You'll know if I'm annoyed with you. You'll know if I'm sad. Like, straight up all the time. And I'd say probably about 6 months into us living together, which was not an easy transition, he had to have a talk with me where he was like, listen, I love you so much, okay? But I cannot deal with your emotions 24/7.
You're too honest.
He's like, well, he was like, I can't fix every little thing. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention.
I don't need to know everything you're feeling every minute of the day.
That was his argument, was I need you to filter some things out. Yeah. He's like, if it's not a direct threat to our relationship, I need you to keep it inside.
Yeah.
Like, you know, small, like very small things.
All these years later, living 500 miles apart, and it's perfect.
We're doing great.
La vida loca, man. Well, what do they always say to like old couples who've been married forever? They say, "Oh, what's the secret?" They're like, separate vacations or whatever it is. See, I'm in that weird in between world where I stuff everything down, but that's mostly because nothing really for me rises to the level of a problem. So it's like I have nothing. I think the way you're doing it is a great way to do it. But for me, it's kind of like, this will pass too.
I've learned with him to be more like that.
Yeah.
That I don't have, not every single thing where I look at him and I'm like, why do you drink water like that?
Why is he so lucky?
Why do you drink water like that?
Dude, I'm not even kidding.
It's like I'm trying to stay hydrated.
Him and his daughter both chug water bottles like they've been lost in the desert for a week and have never had water.
Yeah.
And that bothers you.
That loud, like, like that. Oh, my God. Both of them, every single time they reach for water.
They're not a sipping family is what you're saying. All right?
And it's a water bottle, too. So it's like a crinkly plastic bottle of water. It's the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. But little things like that where he's like, okay, I don't think this is a big deal. So if maybe the next time I drink water, you could just leave the room, that might be, or I don't know.
That might be
do you stand up and go, I'm leaving the room because you're drinking water?
Right.
I can't stand to see you hydrated properly.
I hate the way your throat sounds, so I got to go.
Well, no, but Gwen has like misophonia, which is where maybe that's what you're talking about with the little noises.
Misophonia.
Oh, misophonia. And the trouble is that life is small noises.
Yeah.
And I'm such a high screener that I'm the other end where somebody will be, hello? And I'm like, oh, what? You know, whereas she'll be like, do you have to? She'll just kind of turn her head. I'm like, what? She's like, are you chewing gum? Yeah. Well, I can hear it over here. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not trying to get in anybody's face. I'm like, I'm just trying to have some gum. I mean, so yeah, some people, they're super sensitive to tiny little noises. And that can't be a fun way to be, but it's also like everything is tiny noises. So
nope, not everything. The Blue Angels are in town, and those are not tiny noises.
They fly right by Bill's window at Squifle Tower.
Yeah, they flew by today.
Are they doing test runs already?
As I was in the bathroom, and it shook the whole building, and once I hear it once, then I know what it is, and I'm fine. But that first time scared the crap out of me.
They're just going past your window, doing real fast flybys.
I didn't like that. I didn't think they needed to do that.
And you're just trying to take a dump.
Yeah.
The Blue Angels are coming by. Well, anyway.
Well, I wasn't trying to take a dump. I took a dump because they flew by.
In your pants.
I was waddling to the bathroom to make sure none were coming out. Okay. I've got to take a break.
And the
here.
thing is, by the time you hear it, they're already gone.
Yes.
They're past you.
Yeah.
The sonic boom. Okay. I'll break. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. 35192 to text. And AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, and $1,000.
Just added to the superstar lineup, The Weeknd.
Give it up for The Weeknd.
A$AP Rocky, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
iHeartRadio, thank you for being here.
All part of an incredible weekend full of headliners.
Big Sean.
Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey,
Hosier. Keith Urban.
New Kids on the Block.
Paramore,
The Black Crows. Thomas Rhett.
Victoria Monet.
and once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
Keep listening. The next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows opening a small business is a great achievement. They offer custom insurance solutions to fit your needs. Get a quote and find why over 1 million small business owners trust them at thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
Hey, it's Rover. The appetizer was last week. Now it is time to feast. College football is back. And don't miss any of the action. Jump in with DraftKings Sportsbook. It's a full slate of games for week 1, including the big matchup in Atlanta between the preseason number 1 and number 16. It's going to be DraftKings' biggest college football season to date. Enjoy the ride now, all the way through the expanded playoffs. Plus, all newbies getting into the college football spirit, here's to something extra. New DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Score big with DraftKings all college football season long. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball.
Hey there. What's for dinner tonight? Takeout? Again. Remember your last order. Soggy fries with a side of $12 fees, plus the 1-hour delivery time? You can do better. Get Factor's fresh, chef-crafted meals delivered right to your door, all ready in just 2 minutes. Try a mouth-watering shredded chicken taco bowl or creamy tomato and goat cheese chicken cavatappi. I know what you're thinking. Could dinner really be this easy? With Factor, it's all
zone should hit you in just a few seconds.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. Guardians start up here at home tonight against Pittsburgh Pirates. That is the first of 3 through the weekend. 7:10 tonight. I keep thinking today is Friday, and it's driving me nuts. I was just getting ready to mention the Bill Squire Friday. I've been a day, I don't know what it is. I've been a day off all week. And it wasn't like we had Monday off or anything. You know, we'll have this coming Monday off because it's Labor Day. But all day today I've been thinking it's Friday, even though I'm looking at my rundown and I have Thursday at the top and I don't know what's going on. Thursday, tonight, first of 3. Guardians, Pirates at Progressive Field around the corner. So we will roll out around 6:30. Your pregame coverage about 10 minutes later. And all of it on the best on the iHeartRadio app. Hold on. Hey, I had Gaylord on hold all through the break, and then he hung up, Bill. Oh. And I have a feeling that Gaylord was probably calling because he heard the bat signal go up that you were unwell yesterday. Hold on. And
there you go, bud.
I'm sorry. You know, it's so hot and sweaty today. There's a deliquescence to the air, and it's really just getting into all of my pores. And I'm drinking a Monster. Sorry, Mary. I'm burping into your...
You do what you do.
You know, I'm walking around with $3 single in my pocket for like a month. I don't know how I acquired them. I think my daughter gave them to me. Anytime she wants like some game, right, some digital game, it just goes on it goes through my Apple account or whatever, and then she'll give me money because she wants to pay for her game. So I end up with a bunch of singles, but I don't ever use cash. So I have $3 singles in my pocket, and I go, I know what I'll do. I'll go down and I'll put them in that machine, and I'll get a Monster. That's not enough to get a Monster. It's like it's like $3.50, $4. So I'm still walking around with these dumb singles in my pocket. I should just walk out and give them to a homeless guy out there in Euclid. It'd probably be the best thing to do is just give them to someone. Not exactly
just
like
give
that.
Them to me, I'll do it for you.
That's not going to change their life, but you know. But I thought
I'll
for sure.
Give them a good home.
Oh yeah? I thought for sure that I would. Go back there and feed him into the machine and pull a Monster out. But nope, not enough.
Could have got some Reese's Pieces.
Are there Reese's Pieces in that machine?
I believe so.
I bet they're not. I bet they're more than $3.
I bet you they aren't.
Really? I'm not going to put that garbage in my body, Bill. I'm going to suck down a Monster energy drink instead.
And then follow it up with
I will palpitate.
And then drink a salad.
Yeah. No, I
forgot
my salad, my squeezy salad today.
Oh, no.
I had one yesterday, but I forgot it.
What do you get?
This morning.
What are you going to do without those 90 calories?
I know. Well, how many are in a Monster? 230.
Boom. Taken care of.
I called you my daughter's name. Mary, look at this. 230 calories in this Monster. How you like that?
I'm on a 30-second delay. I'll see it. I'll see it in a couple.
No, I'm not showing it to you.
Oh, you said look at this.
Yeah, sorry.
You're saying look at how many calories I'm having.
Yeah.
Good job, Alan. Your liquid sugar calories. I'm very happy for you.
A calorie is a calorie. Yeah.
Dude, can we talk about calories for 1 second?
You know, it's a unit of energy, Mary.
It is.
Okay.
I had the famous best sandwich I've ever had in my life today. It's from a deli here in Astoria called Sal, Chris, and Charlie's. And the sandwich is called The Bomb. It is enormous. It's famous. It's been all over everything. It's gone viral. It's done all these things. But it costs $20. And when I say the best sandwich I've ever had in my life, dude, it's unreal. Like, when I think about this sandwich, my mouth waters. And it's not one you can get all the time.
It's the only thing that's made me want to go to New York.
So good, dude. And I mean that, like, I love a sandwich, okay? But this one, it's, like, life-changing. It's so good. I put a picture up on my Instagram, but it's called The Bomb.
Was it a $20 sandwich?
It was a $20 sandwich, but it's huge. So,
how many calories do you think are in that thing?
Oh, my God, thousands. Probably more than thousands.
Thousands. Yeah. Wow. So what's on it?
I'm trying to find it. It doesn't say exactly. It just says cold cuts, cheeses, blah, 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 blah. But it's literally everything. It's like turkey, salami,
there it is. Okay.
prosciutto. It's called The Bomb. Turkey, pastrami, prosciutto, salami, ham, lettuce, tomato, onion, some kind of a special sauce that they use, and then deli mustard and mayonnaise. And sweet peppers and hot peppers.
Salcrease and Charlie's?
Sal, S-A-L,
Yeah.
Chris, K-R-I-S.
Sal, Chris, and Charlie's.
3
Okay,
names, yes.
gotcha.
Sal, Chris, and Charlie's.
I've never heard of this place.
Neither had I. I was bitching about, like, the food where I live is really good. It's, like, mostly Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
But I don't want that every day, you know? And I was like, man, I wish there was a place where I can just get a sandwich. And I was bitching to a guy who lives in Astoria. He is like, you know that we have one of, if not the best sandwich shops in New York City. And I was like, no. And he told us about it. And I was like, oh, my God.
You can't be on an all hummus diet, you know, as much as you might want to be.
Well, it is good.
You know, there's a chain that they put up this whole, like, retail area out by me, a little bit west of me, out by the Cleveland Clinic, right off 90 there in Avon. They put up this whole, like, little retail strip mall there because they get a lot of traffic over there. And so they put up like a Chipotle and a Starbucks, all your usual suspects. And then they put up a place which apparently is a chain that I'd never heard of before. It's called Hummus Republic.
I've never heard of that.
Never heard of that either.
A chain called Hummus. First of all, terrible, terrible name. But it's a chain. I'm going to have to go in there one of these days, of course, because I do like hummus. And I'm somewhat partial to Republics. But, yeah, one wild, I don't know, they probably do like bowls or whatever. But, okay, so the sandwich was worth whatever calories are going into you.
Dude. And I only ate a quarter of it. That's the thing. It's $25 or something like that. But, like, me, my roommate, her boyfriend, and her mom all shared it. So we all ate lunch for $25. But it's, you're talking about your little baby calories. I'm like, I probably had a 2,000-calorie sandwich. And it was worth every bite.
How much of that sandwich do you think that I could eat?
3 bites. I'm not even exaggerating. Look at the picture on my store. It is like you have to unhinge your jaw to get around this thing. So they cut it in quarters at the shop before they wrap it up. You could probably eat a quarter of a quarter.
Right.
You could eat a 16th of the sandwich, I would assume.
Okay.
But you don't like mayonnaise, but I guess you could get the mayonnaise.
Who's
you don't
that
have to get it with
dude?
the mayonnaise on it. What dude? That's my roommate's boyfriend.
Okay.
That's her. So that was the other thing. Her mom wasn't supposed to be here because she had that appendectomy last week. So her boyfriend was coming to visit Thursday through Monday for Labor Day. So now both her mom and her boyfriend are in the apartment together for the next 4 days. She's like, not exactly the romantic visit that I thought we were going to be having, but...
That's the thing, though, with delis of any kind. And with all respect to Slyman's, right? It tastes good. There's just so much of it.
That's the point.
Like when,
you can have it for a couple meals.
A friend of ours who lives in, I think he lives in the Lower East Side. I'm sure it is Soho, whatever. Go to Katz's, right? Very famous deli. There was the very famous one. I think is gone now in Times Square. But go to any New York deli, and they give you these giant, and I just look at it and go, God, what a waste! You've wasted this on me, because I'm going to take it home, throw it on a plate, eat it with a fork. I mean, the giant sandwiches, it's just too much. I can't unhinge my jaw like a cobra.
You're also not a leftovers guy. Like, the first time my roommate and I had this sandwich, we each ate it for lunch like 2 or 3 days in a row because it is a ton. So it's like, and yeah, the bread starts to get a little soggy or whatever, but it's that good. Yeah, you make do. It's that good.
No, I would have to eat it later in the same day. I wouldn't eat it like the next day.
You wouldn't eat it tomorrow?
No.
It reminds me of the sandwich from 30 Rock when the Teamsters bring sandwiches, but they won't tell them where they get the sandwiches from.
Alan, does Bill perhaps have the monkeypox? You got the M-pox over there? You worried about monkeypox?
Isn't monkeypox like you have like blisters and stuff?
I have no idea. Probably. That sounds pox-like. Yeah.
Monkeypox.
Sorry, Guardians tomorrow.
I don't have a rash.
And this was a distinction I was trying to make because I keep thinking today's Friday. Guardians do not play tonight. Guardians play tomorrow against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's on me. I keep thinking today is Friday, and I don't know why.
Like Mary said. Could be.
No, it can't. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday.
Could be our Friday.
No, it can't. We have today and we have tomorrow. And those are the shows we do. We have a 4-day week next week. Alan, 25 years my wife and I have worked opposite shifts. I don't think I'd want that. I mean, when that's your life, that's your life. But that means that neither one of them at any point were like, I'd like to. We should try to get on the same schedule.
My parents worked opposite shifts, and I think it's the only reason they made it as long as they did. And they still got divorced.
Yeah, right. Well, they were on the separate schedules.
Yeah, my dad worked third, and my mom worked first or second.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I get offerings all the time from like comedy service companies, right? Most radio shows don't write their own material. And so they're always looking for things and they're always invariably lame. Like on this show, we write all of our own stuff. That's why a lot of that is terrible. But at least it's ours.
At least it's homegrown.
It's homegrown. And so somebody sent me one about how lame the college football matchups this weekend are. And they put a little thing together, and I want you to hear what this sounds like and tell me where they screw up.
Get ready for the first big weekend of NCAA college football. With tough matchups on Saturday like number 5 Alabama versus the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. Plus number 2, the Ohio State up against the Akron Zips.
Yeah.
And number
Akron.
The Ohio State, not Buckeyes.
He said the Ohio State of the.
Yeah.
Didn't he say that? The Ohio State of the against?
Akron Zips.
Oh, did he?
And plus number 2, the Ohio State up against the
the Ohio State up
okay.
against the Akron Zips.
The Akron.
Against, yeah.
Listen, I've been in Northeast Ohio now almost 15 years. But for the vast majority of my life before that, when I didn't live here, I still knew it was Akron, Ohio. Isn't that where Goodyear is?
Yeah.
Who says Akron? Akron, Ohio.
How do you say it if you're an alien?
Akron.
Akron.
Yeah. No, I just thought that was weird. And again, the devil's in the details, you know? Something, even if you're trying to make it funny, it's going to be a lot less funny when you say Akron. Speaking of which, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this guy. LeBron James? Am I pronouncing that guy?
LeBron from Akron.
LeBron James. His high school jersey is up for auction again. He went to, what was it called? St. Mary?
St. Vincent, St. Mary.
St. Vincent, St. Mary. The school required 2 saints named after it. And I guess his jersey has been up for auction a couple of times. This was the very first time he was on Sports Illustrated when he was still in high school. And they have him in that jersey. It says Irish on it. And it is up for auction again. It went for, that can't be right. It was the most expensive high school basketball jersey ever sold when it was auctioned for $187,000. Why does that not seem like much?
How long ago was that?
2019. 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's still a lot for a
It's not like he would. Is it? For a LeBron James high school jersey. Because now they think it's going to auction for like $2 million.
Like, there's only 2 high school jerseys that I can even think of that people wear, and it's Kobe's and LeBron's.
Right.
Nobody's wearing a Paul George high school basketball jersey.
Well, the person who broke that record was Obama. When he played high school basketball, they auctioned off his jersey, and it got like $500,000 a couple of years ago. But in the span of 5 years, LeBron's high school jersey is going to go from under $200,000 to $2 million. I mean, it's not like people just.
Why not?
It's not.
I don't think it'll go that high.
You know, it's not like people just discovered LeBron James. The dude's been around for a minute.
He's set some records since then. He's the all-time points leader now for the NBA, but I don't think it's going to get
retire soon.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to get $2 million for it.
Is this I want to play with my kid in the NBA thing going to time out for him?
I mean, they're in the league together now.
Right, but like Bronny James isn't setting the world on fire, right?
Yeah, but they'll put him in a game so they're actually in a game
you
together.
think they'll do like
yeah.
I see.
So that they can say it's the first time
gotcha.
in NBA history that a father and son have played in the same game on the same team. So that'll happen for sure.
Oh, they would be the first father and son?
Yes.
It wasn't Larry Bird and Larry Bird Jr.?
It was not.
Oh, all right. Hey.
He went by Larold.
Larry and, wait, junior or senior? His son
junior, because he won the separate himself from
His
Larry.
dad.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be a Nepo baby.
Yeah, so he's,
Larry Bird and Larold Bird Jr.
Mhm.
Right. The pride of French Lick, Indiana.
Yes.
Hey, Gaylord.
Hi, gang.
Hey, what's going on,
Mr.
man?
Cox.
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry if you missed my call when I tried originally. I was out cutting grass and my phone died. I was listening to MMS and I had it cranked up and, well, anyway. I am checking in with the gang to tell everybody that I send my love to all of you. And Mr. Squire, this old man was worried about you, buddy.
Oh, well, I was not feeling well yesterday, but I'm better today. But I appreciate the concern.
You are near and dear to me, bud. And when I heard that you had left, it was important to me to touch base with you and make sure you were okay.
Well, the real reason I left yesterday is because you hadn't called all week. And I was like, what's the point in even being here?
Bill struck.
Oh, God
no, I wasn't
bless
feeling
you
good,
guys.
but I'm feeling much better today.
Good. I was really worried about my buddy.
You know, Gaylord, you're a guy who has famously to this audience, you're a guy who's found himself infirmed on a number of occasions. You got any homegrown frontier remedies that maybe Bill could check out?
Well, the only thing I can come up with is don't eat yellow snow.
Oh.
Other than that,
get it straight from the tap.
The great Frank Zappa. Yeah, right from the tap.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I just, this heat and everything else, we have to remain hydrated.
Oh yeah, just don't gulp loudly around Mary, or she'll flip her shrimp.
Oh,
Right through this radio.
You know what? She's the rose out of all the thorns there.
Wow, Gaylord laying it on a little thick. Wow, Gaylord, you're a married man. Come now, come now.
No, I know it, and she's the age of my daughter, but
Ew.
I compliment my daughters on their beauty.
Yeah.
Mary has that beauty about her, and
How do your
I
daughters
think
do with
she's
loud gulping noises?
Well, I think you'd have to ask her.
Are their breasts supple?
Oh, come on, not his daughters.
Oh, come on. Now we're getting into a very strange and frankly inappropriate area with our friend. Okay, thank you, Gaylord. I appreciate the call. I think his phone cut out again just as I was going to
just in time
hang up. Yes, but wow, I'll tell you what, really covered a lot of ground there with Gaylord. He was concerned about you, Bill, and that's got to be nice.
Oh, yeah.
Right? When one of our customers takes a genuine interest
Had plenty of
in
people
your
reach out.
health and well-being.
It was very kind of everybody.
All right, there you go.
And the thing I told them was I appreciate it, and not much I can do.
What's
like? I don't know. Like I was like oh, you like, and everybody loves giving you a remedy when we're not on the show. Like they want to know everything that's wrong with you, and I'm like I know how to. Like, I'm not feeling good. I'm going to go lay down and try and feel better.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, but you got to do this. And I'm like, I don't got to do all that.
I'm a grown man who's felt
I'll
ill
be all right.
before, and I can just revert back to some of those remedies. If it worked once before, it'll work again. All right, I'm going to take a break. You want to go to that Cold Chamber show? Cold Chamber and Fear Factory going on the road. They've pushed the show into April, but you'll have a couple of tickets to see them at the world-famous Agora, so I'll hand those out for you coming back. 35192 and a text for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And
Afghanistan. Until Jerry was catastrophically injured in an improvised explosive device blast, he suffered a spinal cord injury, a traumatic brain injury, and more. Jerry received a new smart home from the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. The home is in the foundation's Let Us Do Good village in Florida. Jerry now lives more independently thanks to its specially adaptive technologies. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, I want to go see Cold Chamber. They've pushed the show into April, but it's still coming. Cold Chamber and Fear Factory are touring with some friends. Twisted Wednesday 13 and Black Satellite. Kind of all over the place. So wear your black to this show. Saturday night, April the 5th. It's going to happen at the world-famous Agora. You can go to axs.com for all the info on the show. This pair for you, be caller 10, and you got 2. Good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Let's be real. Sleeping with your teacher is hot. Just be careful if you're homeschooled. Mom, stop it!
Now back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
So you ended up sleeping through this show last night, didn't you? Were you going to go to Robert Zombert?
I was going to go see him. I wanted to see him, but I was not feeling up to it.
I was kind of surprised at the write-up in the Plain Dealer on the show last night. It was the Freaks on Tour, whatever it's called. It's Freaks on Parade is what it is. And Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper are the headliners. But also Ministry and Filter. And there was no mention of Bay Village native Rich Patrick and his band Filter. I mean, first of all, hot take, Ministry is better than Rob Zombie. And I like Rob Zombie, but Ministry's still better. Alice Cooper, he's in the Rock Hall. He's a legend, the whole thing. But
Puts on a crazy show from what I was told by my
Alice
friend
Cooper's
that
great.
went. Yeah.
Yes. The guy's friggin' 77 years old.
Throw a microphone stand through a stagehand and stuff. Like
Right.
All sorts of crazy.
Yeah, he's the
antics.
king of shock rock.
Yeah.
But I was just kind of surprised in the write-up. It was this big, long anecdote about some grandmother who bought her grandkids tickets or whatever. It was fine. I was just like, Rich Patrick's from Bay Village, for God's sake. They were here last summer for Buzzard Fest. Filter's awesome. Love those guys. But I thought that was an egregious omission in the write-up on the show. But I just remembered you were saying you were going to go to Robert Zombert.
I was very excited about it.
Yeah.
But I just was not up to it yesterday.
Hell no, to drag ass out to Blossom?
No.
No way.
I had a big group of friends. As you know, I roll deep these days.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, yeah, okay. Guardians will play tomorrow night, not tonight. I misspoke earlier because I forgot what day it was. The Guardians will play tomorrow night. What an idiot. Against the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are my National League team. Guardians Pirates tomorrow night on the Buzzard. 7:10, we'll start off, and then they'll play Saturday and Sunday before the Guardians hit the road and play the Royals in Kansas City. And hopefully they will have better luck with them there than they did here. They played them 4 games, and they just avoided the sweep with coming from behind with that last one. So Guardians tomorrow night from Progressive Field against the Pirates. And your promo code will change this weekend, too, if you're going to do some shopping over there at CLE Clothing Company. You'll go from Lake, which is the August word, to Guardian, which is the September word. So today, tomorrow, and Saturday, you can continue to use Lake for 20% off. Saturday night, of course, we do a metal show here on the Buzzard. That will be after the Guardians game. Should start at 10 o'clock. Sometimes the games, if it's like a 7:30 game will push it. But I think it's a 6 o'clock game Saturday, so we should start right on time. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And if you're into metal, I mean heavy, heavy stuff. This is not like, oh, hey, Poison. That's not what I'm talking about. You like that kind of stuff, Stansbury does Big Hair Wednesday.
And then Corey does Hair of the Dog.
Yes.
On
Sunday morning
after the Week in Cox.
Yeah. So kind of a glam thing. That's his area of expertise. But Corey Roddick contains multitudes. And so he is one of my co-hosts on 2 Hours to Midnight. And then Patrick Butler as well. And so it's 2 hours of hard, heavy metal on Saturday night. Your requests and local bands and throwbacks and brand new stuff. I got some real skull crushers lined up for you Saturday night. So.
Pat Butler's actually really good at fantasy football, too. He contains multitudes in that way.
Did he win? Was there an office pool? He did.
Yeah, he won last year.
Mm-hmm.
I had the best regular season record and then lost in the playoffs.
Yep.
And Pat Butler took it all home.
What was the pot?
It's like $700.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot. Like I got my money back, or like maybe I won like $200 or something like that because I had the best regular season record. But it's $100 buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
You want to hear my team name? It's very Cleveland.
Yes.
Sherwin-William.
He's painting the town red, Mary.
I see that.
He's getting out. Yesterday he was painting the garage green. It's a band called Harriet. That's a gal singing, Mary. Just a little gal. A lady.
It's a tiny little slip of a lass.
A little tiny lady singing for this band. Oh, I think it just moved. I'll play those guys on Saturday and a lot of other good stuff, too. Mary, I'm playing a band called Teeth.
Perfect.
Right? As in their music will knock yours out. How do you like that?
I like my teeth.
I heard, you put so much work into them.
I just got them right,
Yeah. I got an email from Melanie there in Parma Heights. She said you guys were talking about lunch ladies the other day. There was a school district that was sending all of the kids home before noon because they didn't have enough people to work the cafeteria for lunches. That was the only reason they were sending everybody home. So it screwed up the bus schedules, all this other stuff. But they were so understaffed that on multiple days, I don't even know how you rectify that situation. I guess maybe you deputize people to work lunches or whatever. But Melanie said she went to Catholic school and her mom was a lunch lady. And when she wasn't serving food, she was kind of helping on the playground wrangling kids. And she said in one day, this was when she was in the second grade, she and a friend.
For people always being so like, hey, the kids are our future. We love kids. We want to take care of kids. Nobody seems to want to work with kids.
No, of course not. No, they want somebody else to take care of their children. That's the complaint with most teachers is they're like, we're glorified babysitters because parents don't want to do anything. There was a girl that went viral on TikTok because everybody was arguing over her take that she wanted nothing to do with meeting her kids' teachers. She's like, I will, if they have events, I will donate money for that. But I don't need to go to a PTA meeting. I don't want to meet these teachers as long as my kids are learning things and they're, and of course everybody was arguing over that. But Melanie said when her mom wasn't acting as the lunch lady, she was wrangling kids on the playground. And in the second grade, Melanie and a friend got into some kind of disagreement. And I gave her the double bird because I thought when you gave someone the finger, you were saying, I swear it's true. Now, I don't know how she got to that. Maybe somebody else told her and they were trolling her in the second grade. And of course, this other girl said, I'm telling your mom. Because her mom is right there, playground wrangling. And she said, boy, did I get into trouble. So it always, she's like, I was just trying to let her know that I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. But of course, I made it far, far worse by flipping the double birds. And so just as an indicator of, I think it still holds true, although it is funny in movies and TV shows when a kid flips somebody off. I don't know why that's funny because it is crude and vulgar. But when a little kid does it, like a little kid, It's a good sight gag.
Yeah.
But that's
It's also like a very dated gag too.
I know, but still, I mean, you know,
I think it's funny.
Yeah,
No,
it holds up.
But I mean, like, not in that like it's not funny, but it's something that you would see all the time in like an 80s movie,
Yes,
or a 90s movie. I don't feel like I've seen that in a modern movie in a long time.
Well, no, these days it gets memed to death.
Yeah.
John Cena, people are kind of applauding him because he has made it very clear that he doesn't want children because he wants to live his life the way he wants. And he's basically along the lines of, I would not be able to devote the time to raise children properly, which is a very candid way to look at it. You know, I never understood this notion that people shouldn't be selfish. There are a lot of people with kids who are selfish. And so this thing where it's like, it's
a lot
selfish.
of people have kids for selfish reasons.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. There's a whole spectrum, right? So, for, like, John Cena got married. I don't think he's been married long. Got married a few years ago, and his wife is crazy hot. She's like Egyptian or something. I don't know. And he's like, I'm very curious about life, and that requires a lot of investment in your time, and I'm very driven in my career, and, you know, and he's like, but I will never have the time to invest to be a great parent. And obviously some people are going to come for you. There's this whole, like, you must have children industrial complex, right? Like your move, J.D. Vance. This guy's out there like childless cat ladies, and everybody's familiar with that already by now. But and it's always so weird, too, that J.D. Vance never mentions guys who don't want kids. Here's a guy who doesn't want kids. Guys like J.D. Vance never mention guys who don't want kids because it's not really about kids. It's about contempt for women. That's what it is. It's got nothing to do with children. There are plenty of guys who don't want kids. So you got all these edgelord dweebs like J.D. Vance and who's the football guy? Harrison Butker, who can't fathom that women might have
other
greater goals
yeah.
for themselves than pumping out a cabbage every 9 months. So John Cena says, it's not for me. It requires a lot of time and a lot of energy, and I don't want to devote it to that. And I'm sure parenthetically he's like, and I like to keep my money.
Right.
I make a lot of money. I would like to keep all of it.
Well, he doesn't want to have to say to his kid, you can't see me.
Right. Is that his thing?
Yeah.
Where he puts the hand in front of his face?
Yes.
So what did that mean? Like, you can't see me. What did that mean?
I don't know. I
mean,
I didn't watch then, but it is kind of like, I don't know, you can't touch me kind of thing.
But he didn't say you can't touch me. He was implying they couldn't see him.
You can't see me coming. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what it means.
I wasn't sure what the upside of him pretending to be invisible was. Right? Strong, yes.
Mm-hmm. Very visible. Actually, he stands out quite a bit.
Right.
Because he's so big.
To say you'll never see me coming, that's one thing. But to say you can't see me, you are unable.
You'll have to ask somebody else.
You are blind.
Yeah.
Yes, you are unable to ascertain my whereabouts.
I don't know the origins or the meaning exactly behind that.
Okay. Well, maybe somebody who's way into wrestling. I think, by the way, that John Cena is going to emerge as the greatest wrestler turned actor. People thought it was The Rock.
Yeah.
No, people thought it was The Rock, but The Rock didn't have a lot of range. He back in the day when he would do SNL, when he was kind of first dipping his toe into that, people were like, "Oh my God, this guy's funny. He's huge," you know. But as he has kind of had to do less and less work along the way, he's like, "I'll just do this thing." I still like him a lot. Years ago I said he should be in every movie, but I think John Cena is a guy. You know, he'll eventually do a drama, and he'll probably be pretty. I don't know if he already has, but he's been doing a lot of comedy. But somebody will eventually put John Cena in something, and he'll be real good. Like on a couple of occasions when they put Dice in a drama.
He's good in
Blue
those.
Valentine or one of those movies. Yeah, he's real good.
Did Leslie send you an article about some kids or some a Texas couple?
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday,
After you
yeah.
left. Okay. All right.
Yep. You were too busy out puking,
Yeah.
Bill.
It's just big timing us, you know.
This the dog and the that one?
Yeah.
The lady with the dog? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts?
Gross. It's pretty gross.
Yeah, that is a hot
ew.
take.
Also,
Yeah.
ew.
It was also ew and gross and yuck and I don't like it.
The recap was there was a couple in Texas who the husband was under investigation, or he had been arrested for exposing himself, or he was walking around a grocery store playing with himself, something like that. And they confiscated his phone so that they could ascertain what kind of pictures and what kind of videos he had.
Confiscated.
And that's when they found videos of the wife banging their Great Dane, which is one of the largest breeds of dog. And they were like, oh, we've got a whole other situation on our hands here. And this couple had 2 children. They had an 18-year-old and a 10-year-old who were sent off to live with relatives. And I have to assume will eventually change their names because there's no coming back from that.
Yeah, Rut-row.
Rut-row, indeed. Connor, our phone screener, he has sent me the explanation of the "You Can't See Me."
Are you gonna share it with us?
Yeah, I'm kind of it's a whole think piece. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out what the an iconic. Well, it says explained, but I'm like I don't know how any of this explains it, but whatever. I don't know. You can't. It started. Yeah. Oh, the meme explained. Well, yeah, I know the meme. It's from the wrestling thing, but I just don't understand. Because the Undertaker had what? Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Like you're dead.
Yeah.
And The Rock was always. I guess he did a lot of work in the kitchen, so he was always asking about people's culinary skills. And
he's asking about if they can smell his.
I'm sorry.
His cooking. He was the one cooking. He wasn't asking. He wasn't. What are you cooking? He wasn't asking that.
What your neighbors are cooking.
Right. It smells like curry in everyone's apartment building.
Yeah, The Rock and Stone Cold had some great catchphrases, and that's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so.
Well, my favorite line from him was when he'd run out, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he'd go, 316.
That's not what he would do.
Hey, Jana.
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
So I actually, John Cena did an interview and he said how he came up with the "You Can't See Me." He said that in his early career that pretty much he was walking down the street and some guy came up to him and said he had a joke for him, and he showed him the "You Can't See Me," and then he's like, I dare you to do it on your next show, and he did it, and then now it's the thing, and he's never stopped doing it from then. Which is kind of funny.
Yeah. So it was a dare from a stranger on the street?
Yeah. If you look it up, like John Cena has a whole interview on it where he said how he did it.
Okay. Thank you, Janice. Sounds like maybe he was trolling the interviewer. This says that his brother dared him to do it. John Cena would hold his hand in front of his
stranger until that moment.
we just met. Yeah, you can't see me. Indicating his opponent couldn't see him because he was better than them. You can't see me. Your eyes aren't good enough to take in the way that the light and the colors are refracting off of your rods and cones. All right, well, there you go.
Should have just said that.
Yeah, why didn't he say that? Rods and cones, son!
You're a dork.
But then you get all the optometrists and ophthalmologists yelling at you.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get on their bad side, boy. If you know an optometrist, boy, they do really good work. But you know how they say that the windows are the eyes to the eye. You know how they say the windows are the eyes to the soul?
Maybe today's Friday.
You know how
Who
they say
knows?
that the eyes are the windows to the soul? Don't say that to an optometrist.
If you had to buy windows that are eyes to your soul, where would you do that?
Window Nation, Mary.
Yeah, I thought so.
You know, I hate when people ask questions they already know the answer to.
Just throwing it out there.
And they always say that the mouth is the cabinet to the kitchen of the body.
Yeah,
so where do you
of the
get
body,
where do
of
you
the
get those
soul.
at?
Oh, Northeast Factory, the mouth, the cabinet of the body, of the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yes.
The mouth is the kitchen cabinet of the body.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so John Cena doesn't want kids, and some people are mad about that, but I applaud him. I love my children, of course, but people who choose not to have them, I salute you. because it flies in the face of convention, by the way. It flies in the face of the biological imperative. You are saying to nature itself, nope, that's not what I'm here for. We haven't evolved over hundreds of thousands of years just to be laid low by the same impulses that got us all here in the first place. We've got enough people. Climate change notwithstanding, we've got enough people. And people go, what if everybody thought like that? There's no scenario in which every person would think that way, ever. So the people who do think that way, I'll come out and say it. They're the best among us. There you go. Children have come to replace us. That's all it is. The warning. Speaking of children, these girls are very young. They're sisters from Mexico, and they blew up on YouTube about a decade ago, so they've been doing it for about 10 years, and I don't even know if they're 20 yet. But they're coming. The warning. They're on the Keep Me Fed tour. That's the new album. It's going to get them to the Agora in a couple of weeks, September the 18th. A lot of buzz on these girls. So if you want to see them, I'll have tickets for you after the break. 35192 to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app,
Team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
All right, I'm going to go see The Warning, three sisters from Mexico who blew up on YouTube about a decade ago when they were 9, 11, and 13. And now they're on tour. The new album is called Keep Me Fed, and they're coming through. They're pretty good, boy. Not sure who's with them, but they're your headliner, and it's not far off. It is Wednesday, September the 18th. So about 3 weeks from now, agoracleveland.com for all the pertinent details. This pair of tickets for you. 2 for The Warning. Caller 10. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Should you dance or should you not dance?
You can dance like no one's watching. He'll talk like no one's listening.
It's better that you don't.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got a trip to Vegas for you later on. A couple hours from now, 5:30. It's $1,000. And then you and a pal jetting off to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival, onto which they have added a handful of new acts. I think they got A$AP Rocky on there, Rip Yams, and Chris Martin of Coldplay. They must have some very incriminating photos of Chris Martin of Coldplay, because he has been a regular on the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Maybe he just loves it so much. It's a good venue, the T-Mobile Arena, right there across the street from the Nomad, where I stay when I'm in Vegas. So 5:30, I'll have that money and that trip for you. Next week on the show, it's 4-day week. We'll be out for Labor Day, but returning on Tuesday. I'll have tickets for the Bad Wolves Pop Evil tour. Want to go see Sum 41. They are on the tour of the setting Sum. It is their farewell tour with the Interrupters. That is a great band. And I like Sum 41 a lot, boy. I think they're dynamite. You want to talk about a couple of like womp womps this week, because everybody was waiting for this Linkin Park countdown clock. And then Derek Whibley of Sum 41, the front man, posted something about he had some big announcement. And I think both of them, it was kind of nothing going on. People were theorizing that he was going to announce he was going to be fronting Linkin Park. But I don't think that's the case at all. If you like Collective Soul, they are on a 30th anniversary tour. Now, you might have just seen them with Hootie and the Blowfish. Literally, like 2 weeks ago, Collective Soul was out at Blossom. But they're coming back in November on their own headlining thing out at Northfield Park. Clutch and Rival Sons, that's the co-headlining thing. That's middle of September with Fu Manchu at Jacobs Pavilion. That is a WMMS Presents show. Hold on. And more. So a lot of good shows coming through. Tickets for a bunch of them next week. You see our boy Taint Smasher's blown up again, going viral with this Midwest radio station video.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen this?
That one came out a while ago.
It did, but now every radio morning show across the country, people are sending it to me. I'm like, yeah, that's Taint Smasher. And they're like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, it's all over the place. It is funny. It's funny because it's true.
Funny. Very good.
Midwest radio stations are so wild, is his video.
From the Ozempic Studios, broadcasting from the top of the Bass Pro Shops pyramid. Your home for Leonard Farthammer in the morning, Chudley Barfbag with the Workday Double Play, and Robert Bobbert Jr. on the drive home. Nobody plays Man in the Box by Alice in Chains more than the Warthog and WHOG. Crank it up. Have you ever sat on top of your ball?
Oh, it's always some kick-ass sweeper into whatever.
Have you
on top of your balls, the Warthog. Oh, it's all good. By the way, they're lording that over my head now, this company. They said, you better make sure you maintain your number one status or we're bringing in Robert Bobbert Jr. to do afternoon drive.
Bring him in.
So I got
Add him to the show.
I got to straighten up and fly right around here, boy. Or it's going to be the Robert Bobbert Jr. show with Bill Squire and Maria Santora. Would you guys stay with Robert Bobbert? You'd have to, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's
Robert
the best,
Bobbert Jr.
Man. He's the best.
He's
What an
got,
honor.
he's got national ratings, Alan. I mean, his app works.
Yeah, yeah, the Robert Bobbert Jr. app. Yeah, maybe it does. I don't know. So congratulations to Miles, of course, doing amazing work. I think he's got like a new Vaporwave album out or something. You know, on my ride home, there's a channel I listen to that's nothing. It's like a chill channel, right? So it's like deep house and it's some ambient music, and it just kind of puts me in a good headspace in the half hour I have between work and home. You know, I don't want to hear people talking because I've just been doing it for 4 hours, and so I want to hear something that kind of chills me out. And I think Miles is, you know, he's a musician in his own right as well, and I think he's got like a Vaporwave album or something like that, of that kind of music. I'm a big, big fan. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, that's our app. That's the one where people are still sending me clips of me talking, and then an advertisement starts playing. And it's in Ryan Seacrest is on this show now more than I am. Because of those goddamn casino commercials. So you're welcome. But you can leave us messages. And hopefully those won't be cut off when I play them.
You only got 30 seconds, so sometimes they do get cut off.
Is that the time limit on those 30 seconds? Okay, I hear some people kind of racing at the end, but I've never actually sent one. I guess I should have sent a test one just to kind of get the lay of the land. But
catching up from the podcast, I've got a problem with cheersing. When did a toast become a cheers? And I believe I can sort this out. I blame reality television, and particularly The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, because those morons are always talking about cheersing. It's not a goddamn cheers, it's a toast. Please make a note.
see, I disagree. I don't think a cheers is a toast. I think they're two. To me, a toast
Those are different. Yeah.
To me, a toast implies you've got something to say. A cheer is just like, hey, cheers.
Cheers, yeah.
Like sláinte
Cheers,
is how I'll go about it because I'm
Real
Irish.
quick.
Or Nostrovia, or whatever, whatever you want to do.
Toast is like, to all the women,
To
our
all the
wives and
girls I've
girlfriends,
loved
may they
before.
never meet. Kind
There
of
you
thing,
go.
yeah.
I don't. I hear his logic, but no, I don't think that cheers and a toast are the same thing. May they never meet. Is that?
Well, it's to our wives and girlfriends. May they never
may
meet.
they never meet. Right, I see.
Because it's funny because they're cheating.
Girls I've loved before, who travel in and out my door.
This, of course, the great Willie Nelson and the great Julio Iglesias. This is a huge, huge song for them, and it was up. This was a song that was a humble brag about how these guys were real swordsmen, right? That they were all laying pipe. May I say I've had the best, right? I mean, there's nothing humble about it. They're like, hey, we want to give a shot.
Dum-dum at my pool.
Oh, we were on the boat. I was trying to get this going with me and Woody doing a duet, but it just didn't happen. So we had to settle for doing a tequila shot on the boat. Did you have a good time on the floating Fandango, Woody?
It was fan-dang-tabulous.
It sure was, wasn't it? It was fang-dang-tastic.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. It was really, really good time. I'm glad I got to enjoy the weather, enjoy the day out on beautiful Lake Erie.
Now, you're out there on the lake on the east side. When you left the boat, did you just hightail it back home and make yourself a Paloma, or what'd you do?
Well, yeah, you're damn close. We just hightailed it back home, and we got into some Long Island iced teas.
Right, Long Island iced teas. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wanted to give everybody a little update. a very nasty wreck inbound on 90, like in the Euclid area.
Did you cause it?
He's talking to us on the phone.
Some drunk a-hole caused a big backup.
There's some guy on the phone with a radio station that caused a terrible, terrible wreck, and we have yet to identify the culprit. But
it appears he was drinking a Long Island iced tea at 3:30 in the afternoon.
And he's headed east.
Yeah, I'm headed east. It was in the westbound lane. But yeah, it's a brutal one, man. Somebody went way underneath a semi at some high velocity. It looked pretty gruesome. You know, it's been a rough couple days on the freeways, I guess. But
all right.
yeah,
well, send pics or it didn't happen.
Exactamundo.
All right. All right. Thank you, Woody. There's a little bit of a gruesome, ghastly traffic update there from Woody, who's
usually a good news kind of guy, and today not so much.
Woody's usually like, hey, remember Uriah Heep? Yeah. Today it's, hey, somebody turned their car and themselves into a convertible. This has been a big week on the show, coincidentally, for decapitations. Not saying that's what happened, but I mean, that sounds like a situation that would lend itself to a decapitation.
The one guy had his mom's head, right, in the kitchen with a machete?
Yeah, the guy decapitated his parents, and the cops show up, and his mom's head's on the counter. Now, what's creepier? The fact
Did you hear about that mom?
What's that?
She had a baby and her head popped off.
Oh, Jesus. BillSquire.com for tickets.
I'm feeling
now
sick.
Mary's sick. Yeah.
I gotta go.
Oh, your body positivity got me sick yesterday. You got to deal with my bad jokes.
Don't come after my supple breasts.
Oh, God. No, I'm going to be. It's a wonder I didn't hurl in here. Well, listen, the last time Bill puked, it was here in the room. It was out at Oak Tree, right?
Yeah.
In the studio. Mm-hmm. Yep, right in the garbage can, Mary. Right there into the XL can liner.
Yeah.
Oh,
so gross, dude.
Yep, very gross.
All right, there's a lot of decapitation talk this week.
Mhm.
Back on track.
Yeah. But what is worse, the fact that they walked in and saw the mom's head on the counter, or the fact that they walked in and didn't find the dad's head anywhere?
Try and not find the dad's head. Like, that's bad news.
I mean, it's going to turn up, but...
Will it, though?
I mean, won't it?
You hope so.
You know, we were watching the Lacey Peterson...
It's always the last place you look.
Yeah. We were... The washing machine. We were watching the Lacey Peterson documentary last night.
I watched that last week.
My roommate watched it.
And I
didn't
forgot
watch
how
it.
long ago that was because I had that. So you're talking 2003, and I got it confused with when I first moved back to Chicago in 2006. There was a local story about a guy named Drew Peterson who had been married. He was like a suburban sheriff, and his like third wife was really young, Stacy Peterson. Like he was like 52 or something, and she was, I don't know, 25, something like that. And they couldn't find her at all. And I think the guy eventually, they got him into prison because they found like an oil drum or something like that. But I would always confuse the two, and so I was thinking that that was happening at the same time. Those two cases were happening concurrently, but the Scott Lacey Peterson thing was 2003. And the thing that didn't even occur to me until they started talking about it, because it's only 3 episodes, so it's you're not spending hours upon hours watching it, is how her torso washed up. Because he weighted her body down, allegedly, when they found him guilty, so he was convicted of the crime, but that he had taken his boat out and he had made a number of concrete weights, and that he put her in a tarp. She was pregnant, wrapped her up, and threw her into the bay. This is Modesto, California. And that her torso ended up washing up. Before that, their case was entirely circumstantial. And I was like, oh, right, because the body's going to decompose, or fish are going to eat at it, or whatever.
Yeah.
So you can wrap all the chain you want around a body.
And it's pre-Dexter, so you didn't know to chop them up into pieces, put them in bags, put the weights in the bags, so that way they stay underwater.
Now, I never watched Dexter.
No, well.
Thanks for the spoiler, Bill.
It's pretty early on. I mean, it's like first episode he starts doing that stuff.
Oh. But he's an ME, right? He's in the hook of that show. He's a medical examiner, or he has...
yeah, he's like a CSI and blood splatter specialist.
Okay. That's one of those shows everybody tells me to watch. And I think I watched like the first 2 episodes when it was first run, and I was like, yeah.
It's really good.
I liked him from 6 Feet Under.
I read the book, and
It was a book?
yeah. Darkly
Dexter?
Dark Passenger or something?
Donnie Darko?
No, it's like Dearly Dark Dexter, something like that.
Dearly Dexter.
Darkly Dreaming Dexter, maybe? Shut up. I didn't write it.
Darkly Dreaming Dexter,
Darkly
yes.
Dreaming Dexter. Yeah, that's the one I read.
All right. He works for the Miami Police Department as a forensic blood spatter analyst. All right. I thought blood spatter was up there with, and it's not a pseudoscientist, but I thought blood spatter was up there, as far as evidence goes, was up there with like polygraph tests, where they're like, it's cool, but it's not always admissible. Maybe not. I watch a lot of forensic files, so you got it. That's the bar. Is Dexter better than Forensic Files?
It's apples and oranges because one's based on real life, one's a dramatic television series.
All right. Well, maybe I'll watch it. But wasn't it like, weren't they going to reboot it or something?
They did like one more season where
they did.
like a continuation, but
Mhm.
I never watched that. Did you watch that one, Mary? The continuation?
No.
And his name is Dexter?
No.
No.
Oh.
Close.
Frank
it's
Dexter?
Dexter Midnight Runner.
It's Dexter Laboratories.
Is Dexter Is Dexter his first name or his last name?
First name.
First name. So so they go, hey, Dexter. They're not being folksy with him with his last name. They're calling him by his first name.
Right.
Does he ever get caught? I mean, the show's been off the air now for a decade.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, maybe Dexter was his last name. Dexter Morgan. No, Dexter's his
So
first
first name.
I was like, wait a second. Dexter
Hey,
Morgan.
oh, she's like it's in a
don't know where
phone
I'm
book
at.
or something. Dexter Morgan.
I haven't thought about that show in forever.
Well, yeah. It's been off the air for quite a while now.
One year I was on the road for comedy, and I was in where everybody would want to be Christmas Day, Minot, North Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
And I was actually sick then, and so I had nothing to do, so I downloaded all the episodes off of Pirate Bay or whatever, one of those. What were those called?
Like Tor sites, rip sites.
Yeah, like a torrent site. So I got all the episodes of Dexter and just binge those for the 2 days that I was stuck in the hotel before I could go to my next gig.
Yeah.
That was my Christmas that year.
That's why when you're there, the sign when you go to town says Minot. Why not? Because you're there. Did you go to the Roosevelt
No,
Park?
It actually says Minot. Don't
come here anymore.
Why not? Don't.
We've got people in Minot. Got people who listen in Minot. Did you go to the Roosevelt Park Zoo when you were there?
I did. No.
Ashley is our bureau chief in Minot, North Dakota.
He went to the Roosevelt Park Zoo.
It was very
Shut up, Mary.
Very cold.
You don't like when I say Roosevelt?
Nobody likes when you say Roosevelt.
Wow. Splitting hairs.
Are we?
Fine. You probably don't like it when I call a zoo a zoo either, because I think that the other O is unnecessary.
You don't get to make the rules.
What do you? All right. I got a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192. If you want to go to the Guardians, the Tampa Bay Rays are going to be in town. And I will have 4 tickets for you for that game. It's coming up Saturday the 14th. It's that weekend series. Get you set up for that night's game on the way back. And we'll do that after the break. AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch live for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our
go see your Cleveland Guardians in a couple of weeks. The Tampa Bay Rays are going to be in town the weekend of the 14th. So we'll set you up for that Saturday's game, Saturday, September the 14th. It's a 6:10 first pitch at Progressive Field. Make sure you have the MLB Ballpark app on your phone. That always makes the whole process much easier throughout the season. 4 tickets for you. Guardians, Rays on the 14th. Good luck. Caller 10. So go to you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians off tonight. They will play tomorrow night to start up the weekend series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's a 7:10 start tomorrow night. So look at it this way. An hour after your weekend has officially begun. Because that gets underway with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, last Friday, Mary was in here with us because it was the night before the cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow she'll have to enjoy it from afar.
Oh, I'm so busy. I got to go early tomorrow. I can't listen to that.
Do you have shows? Do you have a show tonight?
No, not tonight. Well, yes, I lied, actually. I'm doing a short set tonight at the stand to send in a tape for, hopefully, a television spot.
Really?
Really.
All right.
Which would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be.
Is it gonna? It's gonna be Last Call with Carson Daly, isn't it?
Yeah. Why'd you say that?
A little later with Lily Singh.
You're not supposed to tell.
No. Sorry. I was just so excited for you.
Well, you blew it, so now I'm not doing it at all.
Now I'm not doing it because you ruined it, Alan.
Because you're the worst. So.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Well, good luck.
Yeah, so I've got it down to like 3 different basically versions of the same set. So I just kind of got to get all 3 of them taped and send them out, and then they approve one of them.
Mm-hmm.
If they approve any of them, they could say, F you, you suck. Who knows?
Wow.
I don't think they'll do that.
They probably
might.
won't say that.
Probably not going to say F you, you suck.
Who knows, you know?
They'll say, you're not right for what we're looking for right now. P.S. F you, you suck.
The subject line of the email is F you, you suck. And then it's, hey, maybe not now.
You
later.
sure that's not like a foreign comedian?
Might be.
F you suck.
Mary, are you okay over there?
You
gonna be all right?
Willoughby, Ohio.
You can use that one. Feel free to use that one.
Just do that. Do that as your submission.
That's the whole set?
Mm-hmm.
Just that?
Mm-hmm. And then just going, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You get it?
No.
Jimmy, you think that's funny? Did you watch the Adam Sandler special, the new one?
No,
Mary?
we talked about it a little bit yesterday.
Okay,
Alan watched it.
Yeah, I watched it yesterday. I watched a little bit before work, and then the rest of it, for the 20 minutes I was awake, it made me laugh stupid hard.
Me too. I'm not some Adam Sandler stan. I think he's fundamentally funny.
Mm-hmm.
His movies never really scratched me as much as other people. I think they're kind of, I don't know, that dumb voice that he does so much, whatever. But I think he's a funny guy.
And I love everybody in every story. Hey, Sandman. The Botox story, I was cackling.
Yeah, he had really good.
So I was eating grapes. I was eating some grapes. It was going good. This guy I was with goes, "Yay!" I was like, "What?" He goes, "You've changed." I said, "Get out of here. I always liked grapes." And he's like, "I don't like this version of you." And I said, "I've been eating grapes my whole life. Calm down." He goes, "I'm leaving." I said, "Well, get out of here then. I've had enough of you too." So anyways, he left, and then I said to the man who was feeding me the grapes, I said, "What do you think? You think I changed?" And he's like, No. I go, "He changed, right?" He goes, "Yeah, he changed, man."
He changed, Sandman. Yeah. I mean, again, you can kind of see it coming, but it's funny.
Silly.
Yeah, silly.
It's very silly.
It had a very norm quality to
and
it.
it's very and it's directed by one of the Safdie brothers who did Uncut Gems. So there's like a chaotic aspect to it that is, I feel like it's scripted, but it plays as performance.
Yeah.
And so I liked it. That just like the balloon bit too.
Yeah, they were like
they're
funny,
really like absurd stories.
Yeah. Adam Sandler hasn't changed. Have we? Was one of the articles written on the thing. They were like, well, Adam Sandler's always been funny. What happened to us? Because he's playing the guitar at the end, the song, and he's, talking about people who were like inspiring to him.
Yeah.
Kind of like a we didn't start the fire.
You kind of, like a little love letter to comedy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. If you are able to listen to us on the iHeartRadio app and you do that from out of state, tell me where you do it. Mike is a bureau chief in Daybreak, Utah. Cody listens in Ann Arbor. Daniel's in Beaverton, Oregon. Sonia's up in Schenectady, New York. And Lisa sent me the story. She is one of our bureau chiefs in Tempe, Arizona. Sent me the story about a woman at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo for the past few years because of their kind of hinky business practices. Anybody who has an account with them or anybody who has a mortgage with them, present company included, they got in all kinds of trouble because they had all kinds of, hinky things going on. So you rarely see them in relation to any good press. But a woman died at her desk at Wells Fargo, and nobody found her until 4 days later. A woman who, Denise Prudhomme, was a 60-year-old woman and worked in a cubicle on the third floor at Wells Fargo there in Tempe. And she clocked in for work on Friday morning.
But you can never leave.
Yeah, yeah. She clocked in at 7 a.m. on a Friday, and she wasn't found until Monday. She had been sitting at her desk and just died. And building security called authorities after finding an unresponsive worker. And they said that there was just another person working there who was walking around the building, and I guess she was on a different floor than a lot of people would have been. She was on the third floor and away from kind of a main area. Several people had reported smelling a foul odor, but they thought that it was just faulty plumbing. And so people are like, how the hell do you not find a woman at her desk? And this is kind of
they weren't there.
This is kind of emblematic. Yeah, but Monday, I mean,
they found her Monday.
Monday, yes. But I mean, there were other people. I mean, she ended up getting found
she's
by
not
a
bothering anybody.
Yeah,
She's
I guess.
sipping. Everybody else is doing work.
So quiet.
Doing work at the cubicle. It's kind of emblematic of how a lot of people see that kind, cubicle work. You're just an office monkey. This is like one of those jokes people. I could die at my desk and nobody would know. Well, it happened.
Well, let's find out.
It happened to this woman, Denise Prudhomme. Not an old woman, 60. They don't know how or why it happened. I wonder if she was sitting up.
The universe's plan.
I wonder if she was slumped. I wonder, because 4 days later, obviously, she's going to be cold. I wonder how long it takes before you start to smell. Because once, the rigor and all the other stuff sets in, you get stiff.
Rigor.
But I wonder when you start to smell.
It's got to take a couple. Well,
I mean, it has to be. This is ostensibly an air-conditioned office building.
You
so it's
watch
not
all
like,
those forensic files. You should know the answer to this.
Well, it was a test, and you failed. The answer is 3 hours.
What if she always smelled? And if she was the stinky person, that's why everybody was like, that's just Stinky Joan.
She does not use deodorant enough.
She just stinks.
Stinky Joan. Yeah. So they found her. Somebody just happened to be walking around. And I wonder if you can tell by looking at her. Or if you go, hey, are you asleep? And you go over, nudge her, and like her head falls over. I don't know how bodies work after they die. But 4 days later, terrible. What a terrible, terrible thing to have happen to someone. Now, the other end of the spectrum is this company that went on an office retreat hiking, and they left a dude at the top, or they left him by himself. And so now everybody's making the joke they were trying to kill this dude because 14 people, this is one of those.
Left them?
Yeah, one of those, morale building situations. You ever have like a square job where you have to do this kind of stuff?
No.
I did, but it was a bartending gig, but they would have us do like we went and played paintball one time.
Right.
Like stuff like that. Team building exercises.
Team building. It wasn't hiking.
No.
Right. 15 people from this office hiked up a mountain. This was in Colorado. And they got separated from one guy. And along the way, they also couldn't explain why on their way back down, the other 14 people on their descent, Gesundheit.
Come on.
They scooped up all the markers they left on the way up so that they would know their path down. Why wouldn't you just leave those? They left one dude up there. They didn't know it, but he had to find his way back down. A 14,000-foot-high mountain, by the way. So even for somebody who is an experienced hiker.
That's a lot of mountain.
Yeah.
That's a lot of mountain.
He had to spend the night on the side of Mount Shavano, where he was pelted by high winds and freezing rain. They had to send a stretcher up to get him. That's going to be an awkward Monday morning, boy. You go back to work at the insurance company, and everybody else who was there on the thing is tapping away and working, and you're in the hospital for a couple of days for observation. They're checking you out and make sure that you don't have frostbite or anything else. Guy in his 50s was abandoned by his group, and they didn't even notice. Because every office does have that one person where they go, where's Frank or Linda or whatever?
I haven't seen him in a few days.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then they're like, he quit 6 months ago. What are you talking about?
I've sent emails to people that haven't worked here in a year.
Yeah.
I'm like,
because they stopped telling us.
I'm like, they're like, he left like last year. I'm like, oh, okay.
And they stopped telling us.
Did we leave him on a mountain? Is that why he quit?
I thought he was just mad at me. I thought that's why he wasn't returning my emails. No. He hasn't worked for us for a while. I mean, we have someone here who's with child again, and I didn't realize it, and I didn't say anything to her because I didn't know for sure.
Oh, you didn't.
I asked.
You don't want to say, "Hey, another bun in the oven."
Nope.
It could be, "Hey, someone put on a few lbs."
Well, because they're like Irish twins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's already got a little one, and so I asked someone else. I was like, "Hey, is so-and-so pregnant again?" They're like, "Yeah." I go, "Okay," because I don't know. I don't know when people leave here. I don't know when people get knocked up. I don't know anything. I'm in here. I'm doing my own thing all day long. And so I could be the guy, metaphorically speaking, on any given day, I could be the guy left behind at the mountain top.
We're trying.
We won't take a show trip.
Despite your best efforts.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't go to any of the not even the show trips, but like you don't go to any of the work events really. So
yeah, I do. I go to the
they're always during the show. So
well, like Cavs night.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When we do iHeart Cavs night, I go to that. Have a couple of pops. No, but they're like, oh, the company Guardians game is at 1:00 this afternoon. Yeah, I'm not going to that.
I went for a little bit. It was fun.
Well, yeah, I can't do that.
Just get here 2 hours earlier, get everything ready, and then you can go over for a few minutes.
I'm not doing that. I'm on at 2:00. I'm not going to 1:00 game. It's not their fault. It's just because that's what everybody tells me. That all the bigwigs, the muckety mucks, are like, well, you should I? Why? There isn't one person at these events that goes, where's Alan? Not one. So that's fine. That's the way it should be. If I can go, guess what? Mary didn't go either.
I don't live there.
I'm sorry?
I don't live there.
Oh, man, I got to get on that email chain. So, yeah, this guy, listen, if we went on a hiking trip, I would not be the guy left at the top. I'd be the guy at the bottom, waiting for everybody else. I go, hey. So, yeah, they left this guy up there and nobody knew. He texted them to say he was close to the trail but still high up there, and apparently either people didn't have a cell signal, wink, or they didn't get back to him. At dusk, 2 of the 14 people went back up to look for him. I bet they did. Do you see him? No. All right, let's go back down. But then they descended as darkness fell on the mountain. And so they went up and found the guy. He was found in a gully. We've talked about this.
Yeah,
what constitutes a gully? It's like a ravine?
It's just like
it's like a trench? It's like a ditch?
It's a little one.
Okay. Well, he was found in a gully. They had to get a whole bunch of teams out there to look for him. I mean, do you quit after that?
You're dead. Oh,
No,
wait,
you
you didn't
sue.
die?
You didn't die.
Sue? I mean, nobody did anything wrong. I mean,
they abandoned him on a mountain. That's you sue him.
Pain and suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Pain and suffering. I mean, he was in the hospital for a couple of days. What they say, hikers who get separated from their groups is the number one cause of lost hikers. They're with groups, and then they go, either they think they're going to go off and do something different, or they lose their group. Just make sure that you got a full charge on your phone. That's probably the most important part. But that's going to be a very awkward Monday morning in the office. By the way, movie-wise today through, I think, Monday or Tuesday, they're dropping Shaun of the Dead back in theaters.
Oh,
which is
the 20-year anniversary.
20th anniversary.
Yeah.
So what a great, great movie. Lucy Davis is in it. She was just fresh off the UK Office, I think. She was the Pam, right, in the Ricky Gervais office.
Oh, yeah, I never watched that one.
You didn't watch that?
I tried to watch it, and it just
one season.
Yeah, it didn't really. It's a little too dry.
Yeah, Shaun of the Dead is back in theaters today through middle of next week. Of course, you could rent it. But it's a fun movie. It's a good time. 20 bloody years. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, and a couple of hot blondes.
Definitely worth watching again. I haven't seen it in a while.
I think so too.
Is this a zombie movie?
Yeah. But it's like
I've
a funny
never
one.
seen it.
It's
fun.
a fun zombie movie. I think you would enjoy it.
It's what blew those guys up.
Mm-hmm.
Simon Pegg and Nick Frost.
Nick Frost,
yeah.
And Edgar
and
Wright.
Edgar Wright.
Yeah.
Who was going to do Ant-Man.
Didn't.
Did not. Did he do Baby Driver?
Yeah, Baby Driver, and he did Last Night in Soho.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great one.
Yeah.
What's the...
Scott Pilgrim?
Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Yeah.
Hot Fuzz, which is of the trilogy.
Yep.
My favorite. There's Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and World's End.
World's End.
And,
the pub.
Hot Fuzz just destroys me.
Love Hot Fuzz.
So funny.
Timothy Dalton.
Yes.
All right. I think we got it covered. Anyway, Shaun of the Dead in theaters today, if you want to go see it, and into next week. Alan, if I died and went straight to hell, it takes me a week to realize I wasn't at work anymore. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. People would go, I could die at my desk. Nobody would know. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, he's saying his job is out.
I know.
Yes.
Oh, I know. And then you're forever known as the lady who died at her desk. She probably has children, maybe some grandchildren. And they're like, hey, your mom, something happened with your mom. Passed away. She wasn't uncomfortable. I mean, she was at her desk. That's no way to go.
They have to name that desk after her or something, right? Or get rid of it. You think it's haunted?
The Joanne Delome or Prudhomme Memorial Desk.
Right.
Yeah, they just cordon it off with police tape.
Every day she made her faxes at noon.
Uh-huh.
And even though she died 30 years ago, the fax machine still beeps at 12 sharp.
Every day at noon. as other people are filing out to lunch, we get a message from Joanne across the machine. It's been unplugged. All right, I got a break. Cage the Elephant. Want to go see them? They're coming through with Young the Giant. They're going to do Blossom in a little while. September the 9th. So it's a week from Monday. Cage the Elephant. Later on, I will have another $1,000 prize for you at 5:30. That is your shot to get to Vegas. We're sending people to the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Save a man's life. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint and start listening.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
You want to go see Cage the Elephant? They're on tour, bringing Young the Giant and Bakar with them. It's a week from Monday. That is September the 9th out at Blossom. LiveNation.com has all the details on the show. This pair for you. 2 for Cage the Elephant. A little over a week. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
They're planning to use to crumble the morals of America is this rotten, filthy, dirty, lewd, lascivious junk.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 want to send a text. You can watch the live stream at alancockshow.com. The Guardians start up again tomorrow night, the weekend series against the visiting Pittsburgh Pirates. Their home field will be getting used on Sunday night for the Green Day Smashing Pumpkins show. Pirates will be at Progressive Field tomorrow night. 7:10 is the first pitch there, first of 3. And all of it here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen. Did you hear the breaking sports news in the break?
No. Alan Cox Show. Exclusive news update.
Jim Donovan has said that he is calling it a career.
Oh, I did see that.
He has stepped away from the Browns radio network right on the eve of the regular season beginning.
Said he's called his last Browns game.
Yes.
So he's not doing this season?
Nope.
No.
He shared a letter with the fans saying that his cancer has returned and very aggressively. He's been fighting leukemia for many years now. And
dude's the best. Man,
yeah.
That's such a bummer that it has to end this way, but
he had the bone marrow
Thank
transplant
you.
a decade ago, and then he kind of stepped down for a bit, and then he came back, and he left television, and then he was going to be
just
doing
do the Browns games.
Browns radio stuff. Yep, and he has announced that he will not be returning. Who's the number 2 over there on the Browns broadcast?
So when he was not able to do it, they would get guys, like national guys would come in. I think Chris Rose would come in. What's the one guy? He's got giant ears. Andrew Siciliano has done some games for the Browns. So there's a bench for it, but they're national guys that would come in for it. I don't know if they are going to bump somebody.
There's no heir apparent to
Yeah.
Jim Donovan?
Not that I know of.
Huh. I wonder why they wouldn't have a local guy ready to... I mean, especially since Jim Donovan got sick a decade ago. You think that they would...
I mean, those are just the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. They might have somebody ready to go. I don't know.
So it was just February of this year that everybody was happy because he said he had ended his radiation treatment and all that kind of stuff. He was named the radio voice of the Cleveland Browns in 1999, completing his 25th season last season. But he has said, I will no longer be calling Browns games because obviously he wants to devote all of his time and resources to beating cancer. So Jim Donovan done over there.
Well, thank you for all the great memories, Jim. We are spoiled with
Was this
really
like a J.D.
good.
Vance speech? One person
It's
clapping?
just
Good job, Jim.
We've been
hope
really
you beat
blessed
it.
with great radio play-by-play in basketball, baseball, and football.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Donovan's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
All the years with Joe Tate
Mm-hmm.
and Hamilton. Tom Hamilton is second to none.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then even some of the guys that have moved in after, I'm like, who's the guy that does it now for the Cavs? What's his name?
Oh, John Michael?
No, John Michael does he was doing radio, and then he got bumped up because the other guy passed away.
Joe Tate?
No, Joe Tate retired and then passed away.
Yeah.
But Fred.
Oh, yeah. Fred, oh, God, he was on Fox for a while, and I feel terrible.
Yeah.
Hot Wife.
Yeah.
No, it was Fred.
I can't remember his last name.
I can't either. I'm sorry.
But he passed away, and so then John Michael moved up, and now it's who's doing the Cavs? I really enjoy the guy.
Fred McLeod.
Fred McLeod. Yeah. Cavs play-by-play.
Well, see, we've got a guy named Jeff Joniak who has been the voice of the Chicago Bears since like the mid-'90s. Been doing it a long time. So it's like these long-time guys, when you hear them and you associate their voice, with those teams, it's a big deal. But anyway, good luck to Jim Donovan and his family. Maybe
Tim Alcorn's the guy that does it now.
Tim Alcorn.
And he's great too.
Okay. What about Nick Camino? He was here at TAM for a number of years before he got onto TV.
I don't think he was really a play-by-play guy though. But
okay. Just a commentator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a journalist, but a good broadcaster.
What about? Would this be an opportunity? We should try to get him on the phone.
To get Pound Cake back in?
Cleveland's best sports talker. Cody Pound Cake Brown.
Make it happen.
I think you're onto something.
I mean, this might be the opportunity for him to get back in I was going to say good graces. He was never in their bad graces because they didn't know who he was. But
it's hard for someone to be mad at you.
Right. It might be worth placing a call to him and maybe trying to connect him with the Browns organization. He goes back with Bridget Linton.
Yeah.
Right? They both went to the University of Akron.
Got an in.
Both former Zips.
And he knows so much about sports.
Right.
His last name's Brown.
Yes.
Right?
Play-by-play for the Browns.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine that?
Match made in heaven.
Ideal.
No skeletons in his closet. Mm-hmm. That's always good for the vetting.
Hey, I molest children.
All right. Well, okay. But listen, it's...
One small skeleton.
Lest not ye be judged,
small,
right?
Maybe 4-year-old skeleton.
There you go. Okay, hey, speaking of pervy stuff, did you read the story about the kid from Baywatch?
No.
Okay. So if you watched Baywatch back in the day, there was an actor. He was a kid at the time. He played Hobie. I'm talking the OG Baywatch, right?
Yeah.
Nicole Eggert, Pam Anderson. The actor was named Jeremy Jackson. He was a child star. I don't know if he still acts, but he played Hobie. He was David Hasselhoff's son on the show. And he was on the show for like 8 seasons. So you saw him go from like a cute kid to like a gangly teenager, right? And I guess there's a documentary series called After Baywatch. And he was talking about literally growing up on that show. And he said that he sniffed all of the bathing suits.
Of course he did.
Sniffed all of the... I mean, you're a kid going through puberty, and you're on a show with...
some of the most beautiful women and men.
And Alexandra
alive.
Paul.
Yeah.
I always felt bad for that actress, that Alexandra Paul. She was like the skinny brunette.
Like
So
with the short hair?
Yeah. You're surrounded.
She was still
pretty.
good
Yeah,
looking,
you're good
but just
looking.
compared to Pamela Anderson and
Nicole Eggert and everybody
yeah,
else.
like, what
Wasn't
the hell?
Carmen Electra on the show?
No, I think it was... Who was the one? Yasmin Bleeth.
Yasmin Bleeth. There you go. Yeah. And who else? What's her name was on there, too. There was another blonde that was on. There was Stacey Camano, who I thought was kind of foxy. She was a brunette. There was another blonde on that show. Maybe it was later seasons. I don't know. But yeah, Hobie's like, I mean, this dude went his whole life so far without throwing that information out there. And then he's like, yeah, I sniffed all the.
Yeah, but people are like, I mean, yeah. Are
Now-
is he coming under fire? Like, are people like you?
Well, no,
cancel
because
him?
I think that because the dude had a hard time after Baywatch. I mean, I think by the time he was like 20, he was like a drug addict and all this kind of. So he had a tough time. But could it be? Obviously, the headlines on this sounds lascivious. Could it be that he just sniffed the shoulder strap parts of the bathing suit?
Highly doubt that.
Oh, really?
Would you sniff the shoulder strap part? Is that the first part you'd smell?
I wouldn't sniff someone's bathing suit. You're asking the wrong guy.
But you were a horny teenage boy once. You
I
think
was
the
I'm a
shoulder strap
horny man now.
And shoulder strap is where your mind goes.
No, but I'm playing devil's advocate.
No, you're not.
Could it be that's what he was sniffing. Maybe he was a shoulder freak. You ever think about that, Mary?
I never thought of that.
Maybe he was into traps. And traps and straps. And he's like, Everybody just assumes he's out there sniffing crotches. Like the Texas woman's Great Dane. But, boy, you're going to be part of a documentary and you go, yeah, I was sniffing all of the swimsuits on the show. Yeah, because it got to be terrible. Be the opposite of being in a boy band. You know, you're coming up in a boy band and all of your fans are too young. You're surrounded by screaming girls, but they're all illegal. They're all too young for you to do anything, if you're smart. This is the opposite of that. You're too young to do anything. And the girls are all kind of walking by you, patting you on the head. And they had a bit of a revolving door on that show, so by the time you kind of get your moxie and you're 18 or whatever, you know, this poor dude's doing meth. And by that time, you know, the girls don't want to do anything with him.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
What's that smell like?
Says you. Meth?
Yeah.
What does that meth smell like?
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Did he mention if the bathing suits were on or off the women at the time?
Off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
On would be more problematic.
I was going to say, if he was walking up to them, because how do you pull that off? Let's say they're...
Pretend like you're tying your shoe and you bend down.
Yeah.
And...
I see.
Or you tripped. Oh,
you trip on the sand. You know,
Yeah.
sand is very uneven. It's very difficult to get your footing sometimes. And the girls are just standing around between cut and action. And here comes Hobie. There's a lot of sniffing going on. Maybe sniffing is coming back. I was watching this.
I'm not much of a sniffer.
I'm not either. Like, I'll you know, your sense of smell obviously is your most sensitive. And so if somebody smells good, you can pick up on that. But the whole sniffing thing.
Wait, where does that come from? That sense of smell is the most sensitive,
isn't it?
No, it's the closest tied to memory. It's not necessarily the most sensitive, but it's the one that's the most.
I thought they said your
memory.
olfactory senses can pick up like hundreds of thousands of scents.
I don't know about that. All I've ever heard is that your sense of smell is the
Tied to
one that
memory.
is tied to
I've
memory.
heard that. I've never heard it's the most sensitive. Because I think that's also varies from person to person.
Okay.
And I feel like I see more than I smell.
Okay. You see more than you smell?
Yes, I do.
All right.
That's just me, though.
Well, I thought that they had said that the olfactory nerves or senses or whatever were the most. Anyway, okay. But it is very sensitive, right? You can pick up things, and you're right. When connected to sense memory, you can smell something and immediately be transported to, like, you know, a cologne that your high school boyfriend wore or whatever.
Yeah.
Of course, my high school boyfriend, Mary, he was always changing up his colognes.
Oh,
I'm
keeping
like,
you off the
just
scent.
pick one.
Literally throwing you off the
One
scent.
week it's Polo Sport. Next week it's Yope. Next week it's CK1. Next week it's Drakkar. I mean, we're in the 80s.
Yeah. It's a pretty good lineup.
It's a pretty good lineup. No, but I was watching this clip of this woman, an OnlyFans girl, goes to Spain on vacation and finds a guy who works for the hotel. She had called for something, and then she went to go lay out, and the dude came up into the room to put something there. And she comes back and goes, hey, I'm missing underwear or something.
Mm.
So she pointed her iPad one time when she went down. She pointed her iPad towards the hotel door, and she sees the guy sniffing her underwear on the camera.
Taking him with him?
Yeah.
She didn't smell the guy sniffing her underwear?
Well, she was down on the beach.
Sensitive. See, that's why I would say that seeing more sensitive than smelling.
But it wasn't her eyesight that was sensitive. She had her iPad pointed at the door. Like she had a camera on her app on her phone.
Yeah, and she caught him.
But you can't smell anything from the beach in your room.
As I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
Even if she had some sort of smell detector, you're like, oh, it smells like someone's in my room. Seeing it's better than smelling it.
I see. Yeah.
Oh, he's got my knickers. He's sniffing them.
By the way, knickers. He's got my knickers. Right. She wasn't hurling slurs at anything.
Oh, he's got my knickers. He's sniffing them. Oh, he's actually taken my knickers. He's sniffing them.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's put them in his pocket.
Oh, God, that voice. You know, there are so many different lilts. That British dialect. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's Cockney or what it is, you know. British people can tell you immediately, based on someone's accent, they're one of their countrymen or women, like what part of the country they're from. And that part is fascinating to me. But, yeah, guy walks in. He's like, oh, I don't know what he told her or if she complained. I'm sure she did. But she's an OnlyFans lady traveling with her son. Son's 11. And she's, of course, a content creator. And she's on holiday. And, yeah, the dude's standing there right at the door, sniffing her skivvies. She said she felt violated. Yeah. I mean, listen, you're watching, and the guy, what's one more pair of underwear? I mean, aren't you flattered? Is there any flattery involved?
No, you got to buy that.
Huh?
You got to pay for that.
Pay for what?
To just
You're
have
stealing.
The sniff.
Yeah, if someone's stealing from you.
No, I get that part of it, but it's like, you know, you ladies go into the store there, you go in Victoria's Secret or whatever it is, there's a bin there, like 4 pairs of panties for $7.
All right, Mary, the question I think he's asking is, how much of the sexual harassment that women receive on a regular basis is somewhat flattering? Like what percentage?
But he wasn't harassing her. He was stealing and sniffing her underwear. He wasn't sexually harassing her.
It is.
I'm not saying. Don't make it sound like if a guy catcalls you, you're like, "Aren't you flattered?" This guy was in her room stealing. Yes, shouldn't be doing any of it, but stealing and sniffing her underwear. That's not sexual assault.
It's not sexual assault, but it is sexual in nature
for him.
Yeah. So like, how much of that? And so if you're saying, "Oh, are you flattered that this guy wants to steal your used panties?"
Imagine if he had sniffed it and then made a face and thrown it on the floor.
Ha!
She would have flipped out.
No, she wouldn't.
Yes, she would.
Because then you know that guy's not coming back. Men take.
That's not what I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about. If you saw a guy on camera, here are 2 scenarios.
Let us tell you how you feel about.
No. I'm not. I'm
Explain.
asking. I'm asking.
You're
Okay.
not asking.
I am asking. You see a guy on camera. He's in your room. It's all gross, but I'm just saying, you know, for the sake of argument. He grabs a pair of your panties, puts them up to his face, closes his eyes, right? Puts them in his pocket, all right? Guy number 2, he goes, oh, God. He makes a face, throws it on the floor, runs out of the room.
Cue Bill throwing up into a garbage can.
Right? You'd feel some kind of way if you saw those 2 scenarios.
You would feel safe. You guys think men don't have to worry about safety in any situation.
Of course we do.
So, no, you don't.
In a different way.
No, you
everybody's
do not.
Mary, everybody's armed now.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
You don't
you're
have to
right.
worry about safety in the same way that we do.
Not in the same way, but everybody's got to worry about safety.
If somebody smelled your boxers, it's nothing but a cool scenario for you.
No, it is not.
No, it's
it's a very funny scenario for whoever did it, because no one's getting a boner from that.
And there you go.
My whole point is, if someone sniffed my panties and threw them on the ground, I'd be like, thank God that guy's probably not going to come back. He wasn't pleased.
Yeah.
If I saw someone in my room, the level of uncomfortability with that, because regardless of if they like it or don't, you're violated.
No,
you're like,
I understand.
That's my stuff and my
But
very
also,
personal items.
But people, when you're at a hotel, there's people in your room all the time. There's housekeeping. There's guys coming in, making the towel into a swan. I mean,
but
you know.
you trust them to only be doing their job.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So my point is that how many times have you been staying in a hotel alone and felt unsafe? Probably very, very few. I don't mean a crappy little roadside motel. You're traveling, you're in a Holiday Inn, in a normal place. Very rarely is a single man going to feel unsafe in a situation, even if someone was going through your stuff.
Understood. But if you're in your room, if the scenario is you're in your room, everybody's got the deadbolt and the thing on the latch.
Right, but women are more likely to be targeted. And
no, I get it.
Out of your room, someone can go into your room and hide and kill you. You've never thought about that.
Of course I have.
You have.
Of course. Why wouldn't I? Anybody can get into a hotel room. That's why they sell all manner. I'm not saying the same thing. I'm just saying to say that if you're not a woman, you've never considered your own safety is ludicrous.
I'm not saying
it's absurd on its face.
No, you don't have to worry about safety in the same way that we do.
Right.
Because we also have to worry about guns, just like everybody else in this country does. But you don't have to worry about some crazy person hiding in your closet and raping and killing you because you're a cute lady.
That is true.
Yeah, you have to worry about.
I've never considered myself a cute lady. I've never once. I've been in a lot of job interviews back in the day. They go, "How would you describe yourself?" Never occurred to me to say a cute lady.
Well, you should give yourself more credit.
I won't. Erica Eleniak was the one that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
She's the one that jumped out of the cake in Under Siege.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, my God.
I may have paused that as a child.
Oh, boy. Okay, so I'm going to go to break here.
Well,
Mary, you're on
the VHS tape was always disappointing too. You're like, this is.
You get the vertical lines, horizontal lines, whatever, tracking. Mary, I want to make sure you're on record. Sniffing panties, not flattering.
No.
Okay.
Not if they're sneaking in and stealing them.
I want to have you on record.
If someone is purchasing my panties and then doing what they will with them, that's different. But if you're having your privacy validated, what's the word I'm looking for?
You're
violated.
violated.
Your private violated.
Yeah.
I think I said validated.
All right. Just want to make sure I know where everybody stands.
Are you selling panties yet?
No, I haven't sold a pair. They're too expensive. Nobody's bought them.
What do you mean too expensive?
Oh, you
for
have
you
them
or for
up
them?
for sale.
For them. I tell them the price and everybody's been like, "Who? Absolutely not." I'm like, then you don't want them. I'm not selling them for $20. You already
Right.
mind.
You got to want them bad enough.
Exactly.
They got to be willing to risk a little pink eye.
Are you comfortable revealing the price, or is that like a reach out?
You can email me at santoratoes.com.
I'm
Or
not going.
santoratoes@gmail.com.
Santoratoes and panties at gmail.com. All right. It's still santoratoes at gmail.com?
Mm-hmm.
How many pair up for sale?
I mean, that's not like that. It's not like I wear them and put them in a separate place.
She's got
and
to
take
shop
pictures of 'em.
online.
Oh, you don't seal them up
by
in
request.
Ziplocs?
No, it's
you don't
it's by
vacuum
request.
seal them?
No, because I run out of underwear.
It keeps in the freshness. I thought you bought. This is what I'm talking about. You buy them in bulk, then you wear them, sell them.
No.
But she's not trying to sell.
If someone inquires, "Hey, I'd like to buy a pair of your used panties," I say it is this much money, and then we go from there.
I
And
see.
Every time so far, it has been like, "Sorry, I can't afford that."
But they also tell you what they want you to. Right? I want you to work out in them. I want you. Right?
Well, it's never really gotten that far, right?
No.
Oh, you haven't even gotten one conversation before somebody bails.
No, because it's a ludicrous number. I don't really want to sell you my underwear.
I see.
So if you really want them that bad,
Oh,
here's
you
what
make it
costs.
prohibitively
Yeah,
expensive.
I didn't get into selling pictures of my feet to also be giving away articles of clothing. Kind of weirds me out.
It's called diversifying your portfolio, Mary.
And for a certain price, I will do that.
Uh-huh. See, that's what somebody says when they won $10,000 at a casino.
This has been the rule the whole time.
I got a break here. Hey, send me a text, 35192 if you want. I'm going to have $50 to Blue Heron Brewery for you later on, and another $1,000 along with the trip to Vegas. That's 5:30 for this year's iHeartRadio Music Festival.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And every
101.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You don't deserve anything. You deserve to get smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live, you can do it there. Guardians are off tonight. Avoided the sweep in that series against the Royals. Tomorrow night, they will, their last home series for a minute, they'll be playing the Pittsburgh Pirates. Tomorrow night, 7:10 on MMS and also in the iHeartRadio app. Last few days, by the way, to use the promo code LAKE with CLE Clothing Company. Get you 20% off, whatever you want to get there. You can do it online. You can do it in the store. You can get the flagship right down here, a couple of blocks away from us, East 4th. And, boy, they've got the official Buzzard merch. You ever gone in there and seen a WMMS merch?
Yeah.
They've got it. That's where we get it.
Uh-huh.
Right? When I buy my own merch, that's where I go, is CLE Clothing Company.
Why are you telling me this? I'm here every day.
Telling the audience, Bill.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'm telling the audience, not you.
Oh,
we're back on the air.
Ah,
yeah.
I
Now, when I was telling,
I thought we were having a little powwow.
When I was telling you in the break, I'm repeating it now on the air.
Oh no, don't worry. That secret is safe with me. I won't tell anybody about the warts on your butthole.
Wow, it took a weird turn there. Now you know why I don't mind if dudes sniff my skivs. So the Guardians will play the Pirates this weekend, and then Sunday, September will be underway. Your promo code will turn to Guardian. Looking forward to some fall ball. And they'll go to Kansas City to play the Royals for 3 games, and they'll go out west, play the Dodgers, and then they'll come back a little closer to home, play the Chicago White Sox. I'll just say it. They'll be beating the Chicago White Sox 3 times. The first weekend in September.
Boy,
Second weekend in September.
I hope so.
Got to bring a tear to Jim Tomey's eye. I have to think.
Hi, Alan. It's another Mike from Parma calling. If you recall, I have often called the show to discuss sandwiches and sandwich stores. In July of 2025, my wife and I will be in New York City to catch a cruise ship to Canada. Thanks to the Alan Cox Show, we now know that New York is very expensive. So thank you. We plan on coming into New York a few days before the ship leaves to see the sights and are already making a list of things to do, which includes seeing a Mary Santora show. I have also noted in my list that we need to partake in the bomb from Sal, Chris, and Charlie's Deli. Thanks, Mary. Love me, love you, hate the show. Bye.
Get it.
For him.
Glad to be of service.
Listed everywhere. You think you're still going to be there in July of 2025 when he and his wife are there?
Yeah. I mean, unless I get some crazy job offer that moves me somewhere else.
Tulsa, Oklahoma?
I don't know what job offer could move me to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Co-host of the Pound Cake Show.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
What if
All
you
right,
got
well, it pays
a
really
job
well,
offer
but-
that pays you $400K, but you got to move to Omaha, Nebraska?
What is it?
It doesn't matter. It's $400,000 a year.
I need to know what the job is.
You do.
Is it creative? Is it a straight
no.
9 to 5?
You could end up dying like Diane Prudhomme at her desk at Wells Fargo in Tempe, Arizona.
I probably wouldn't take it.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
$400,000 a year.
No.
Well, listen,
to go work a day job where I don't know anybody in
I
a
feel
crappy
ya.
state?
Well,
No.
you don't know anybody until your team building hiking excursion.
When I get left behind? No,
And
thank
then why would you? You could be
You're the popular one.
You could be the leave behinder, not the leave behindee.
You tell everybody how you used to live in New York and how you used to do comedy, and they'd always be, oh, but now you work in accounts receivable.
Everybody
Yeah.
loves.
Sounds like a terrible life.
Everybody loves the used to be guy. We got him walking around here. The used to be guy.
Talk about all your famous friends.
Right. Yeah, there's a
Yeah, no,
dude
I'm not
around
doing
here who gets really, and I don't see him that often, but there's a dude around here who I guess used to be a big deal or something. I mean, he's still on the air occasionally, but boy, he gets mad if you don't know who he is.
Keith
I
Hotchkiss.
don't know who he is because I ain't from here, and I'm not trying to be rude, but yeah, there's a couple old timers around here who get really mad if you don't know who they used to be, and I'm like, well, you're still working here? I mean, you're clearly somebody. It's okay. Would you say Keith Hotchkiss? No, he's still on the air occasionally.
So are those guys.
We got fewer and fewer people around here. This is like the only time I've been doing radio almost 30 years. The only time I've ever seen in this business where like management is pulling air shifts because they don't have people. Anyway, okay, so there you go. Thank you, Mike in Parma. Mary will still be there in July of next year.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Mike from Parma.
A Mike from Parma. Perfectly cromulent listener. Alan, I got a picture of Mary's cowboy boots for free on the boat. See, that's somebody who beat the system. Now, those aren't her feet, though.
I would say they're closed-toed shoes.
Yes.
You can't see anything.
Per the Good Time 3's regulations.
Right.
Picture of your cowboy boots. Yeah. Well, that was probably like part of a full-length photo of you, though,
They
too.
might have cropped, yeah.
Yeah. Think anybody was creeping on the boat?
Probably.
It's probably, hopefully, nobody in there, like, trying to do upskirts or anything.
My
Be
skirt
terrible.
has shorts under it.
Oh.
Safety shorts, we call them.
You guys hip to iChat?
No.
You know what chat roulette is?
Mm-hmm.
Or was. I don't even know if that's still a thing, how Chatterbait is, right?
No, Meagle or whatever that thing is.
Chat roulette was a thing where you would connect over webcam with random people, but it ran into problems right away because it ended up just being dudes whacking off. Well, there's a guy who's developed something called iChat, and it just sends a photo of your eye. It just sends video of your eyes, right? And then you can. So any way you turn, it's just your eyes.
Just stays with your eyes.
Just stays with your eyes.
Go up
That's
and down.
all you see of people.
Okay.
Right? I can stand up, and that's the webcam. That's not our studio
Yeah.
cam. It's like the PC cam. It'll just show my eyes. And then at the bottom, there is a match with stranger option.
So based on the eyes. Yeah.
Should I match with a
Well,
stranger?
I
We can do this live right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we're live on the air. It's just, it's a
for it.
visual thing, but it's just my eyes. And if I click match with stranger, let's see which happens. Finding the eyes of a stranger, like the Queen's Ray. Oh, hi.
Oh, it's children. Okay.
It's a
Enough
kid.
of that.
I got to get out of here. All right.
And that's that.
Uh-huh. There's no age requirement or anything on this thing.
You're the one telling us about it.
Stranger disconnected. I got rebuffed by a random kid. Okay, match with stranger. Here
There
we
should
go.
be some. This is you're gonna get arrested.
This is in stranger disconnected. What?
Because
My
they don't
eyes
wanna-
not good enough?
They don't want to talk to an old man.
There's no talking. It's just eyes.
They don't want to
There's
see
literally
your
no
eyes.
interaction. Bill, I thought the eyes were the most sensitive sense.
They're the windows to the cupboard of your.
Yeah,
kitchen or
windows to the
whatever.
cupboard. All right, I'm going to do it again.
These are all children.
They're the windows to your nation.
Hey, what's going on? St. Louis, Missouri.
It's all kids. Yeah,
Why?
get off of this.
Oh, God. They're all, disconnect. All right, fine.
Don't do this.
But again, there's no verbal interaction. It's just eyes.
So what?
What am I, the only adult on this thing?
Yeah.
This is what I was doing on chat roulette, but it was college and it was penises.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's why they basically.
The one-eyed monster.
That's how Chatterbait ended up being created, because they're like, well, chat roulette is just, okay, I'm going to do it one more time, and then. Hold on. Let's see who they give me. Finding the eyes of a stranger. Oh, God. Budapest, Hungary. Well, you know they're not going to disconnect. Oh, my God. All right, well, I screwed around with it. All right, so I got 3 children and then a dude in Budapest.
That sounds about right.
All right, well. Stripper Scott, hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Scott. What's going
How
on?
are you? I got to say, it's nice here in Queensryche, in MMS. It's been a while.
Well, you can't say that anymore.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you guys play it sometimes on Saturday, but I usually I'm preoccupied. on Saturday night. But I catch him when I'm driving.
Well, I appreciate any interaction with our metal show, Scott.
I try. It's busy these days, you know. But I couldn't. What was that? It was Monday, wasn't it? I guess you guys were doing the boat recap, and I wasn't able to call in and say hi. But
yeah, Scott was on the boat. Stripper Scott was there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there were so many people, and I was thinking about this morning. Is I was not as drunk on the boat as I planned on being. I literally had 2 shots and a drink, and I really didn't feel much of any of it. But there were so many people there that I feel like all of my interactions were almost like drunken interaction. You know, like when you talk to people and then you kind of forgot you talked to them because you're talking to someone else?
Well, there's just so many people.
That's what I'm saying. There was like, yeah, when I was kind of recapping it in my head, I was like, oh my God, I had a conversation with Pants and Joe Kalinowski and his wife and Scott and like all these, you know. And Scott was there. Did you have fun, Scott?
Yeah, it seemed. Was it shorter this year? Was it like a 90 minutes instead of 2 hours?
It was a half an hour shorter, yes, because we switched boats. There were a couple of trade-offs. We switched to the Good Time 3 because it was bigger, and that's a good thing, but they had a dinner cruise, so we had to kind of come back a little earlier so they could flip the boat to get people on. So, yep.
Yeah. Also, real quick before I forget, you could call those you could coin this term micro interactions. That's probably not taken yet. You could use that. You could just get it patented or trademarked or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, usually that only precedes penis or aggression. So,
yeah,
scope.
Micro transactions on all these apps, right?
Transactions on the apps.
Yeah, don't forget microscope, those little mouthwash bottles.
Yeah, microscopes. You take them on the plane. You just drink them right there. They don't care. All right. So you've been. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to throw in a nerdy fact about the word micro, but you probably don't care.
I don't care, Scott. No, but you said you've been very busy, and I hope that's
fun.
I hope that's a good thing.
That's just the stuff we've been talking about. There's a lot of stuff going on. That's okay.
Okay.
I'm actually I'm off today. I'm making a bunch of errands before I drive down to Columbus for the weekend.
Errands like girls named Aaron?
No.
Is that what he said, Bill?
No, girls named Errand.
Oh, girls named Errand. Got it. Doing a bunch of errands.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you still spending time and resources with ladies of the evening?
It's not like it used to be.
So no, it's dried up.
And nobody wants to work anymore.
Yeah. No, usually the work was on my part, like searching and sending, and now it's just like
no. Trust me, Scott. The work was on their part.
Well, okay, fair enough. Yeah, but like,
thank you, Scott. I've got to move on. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, Scott.
Your daddy issues. Give him a boner stripper, Scott.
I'll tell you what. You didn't think she could do it again, did you? But Haley Welch, you know who Haley Welch is.
Yeah,
she's the Hoctua girl. You didn't think she could do it twice, but goddamn, don't ever count her out doing it twice. She has given us another phrase.
All right.
And this might be one that's been around, but maybe I just got sucked in by her folksy delivery. You know, but she's been doing all manner of appearances. She'll go to clubs. She was in the Flats here not long ago, and she'll do podcasts or whatever. She's just out there having fun. And she might have, now I don't know if they'll make hats and shirts out of this, but
this is your piece of advice.
Might be something to consider.
This is your piece of advice from me that I've given to Chelsea.
Okay.
She'll tell me about this guy, and I mean, you just got to give it to her straight, whether she wants to hear it or not. What is good for the whole is not always good for the soul.
Yep.
You need to
What's
remember
good for the
that.
whole, Bill, is not necessarily good for the soul. Has she done it again? I mean, it doesn't have the global impact of Hoctua and
feels a little more forced than
spit on that thing.
I mean, it's good advice, but this doesn't even get over the her Mondegreen of
that's
the New
true.
York song.
But tomato.
Yeah.
Concrete. I don't know what it was.
Concrete.
Potato.
Something tomato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was on Bill Maher's podcast, The
Yeah.
Guy You Hate.
I don't hate him. I just think he sucks.
It's a difference.
I just think he's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Like the annoyingness of him does not equal the amount of funny or interesting he is.
I see. It's outweighed by his
Yes.
smugness, is what you're saying.
Smugness.
Yep. Yeah, she said, I don't know what she said, but concrete potato or tomato or something. Concrete jungle, wet dream tomato.
That's what it was.
Yeah, concrete jungle, wet dream tomato. It's pretty good.
That was very good. Yeah. But yeah, what's good for the whole is not always good for the soul. Definitely heard that before, but
oh, you have?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that phrase, but
I don't know that I have either.
The idea behind it.
Well, the Book of Mormon was a wild book, you know.
How about your boy Zach Brown?
What do you do?
Well, he's getting divorced,
Uh-huh.
and his wife is like,
she blowing him up?
No. Okay, so she's had to go on Instagram and like tell everybody, hey, the reason I haven't been really talking is because he'll sue me. So he told her he wanted a divorce after 9 weeks or something
Of what?
of marriage.
No.
They had
unless
a-
this is a new lady.
It's his current wife, his estranged wife, a woman named Kelly Yazdi. Just months after they got married, he said after they held a wedding party that he wanted a divorce. Now, he was married before. He and his first wife were married for
Okay, I was like
12
him and
years. They got
yes,
5 kids.
That's who I didn't know about this girl. I was thinking about his first wife.
No, they split up.
Because I'm like, they were together forever.
They split up
Not
a few
never.
years ago. And the current wife, though, is like, he's trying to sue her in every possible direction for like non-disclosure agreements or something. And she's trying to figure out what's going on because she's like, we were together for a couple of years and then we got married. And then a few weeks later, he said he wanted a divorce. She's cute. Kelly Yazdi is her name.
And folks, it's Kelly once again coming out here to defend myself. So for those of you who may already know, and for those of you who are tuning in, after being sued by my soon-to-be ex-husband, Zach Brown, yes, from Zach Brown Band, for a poem that I posted back in May, and dealing with meritless legal NPR attacks for months now, I chose to countersue Zach.
NPR's covering the Zach Brown divorce?
Terry Gross went ham on her. I've never heard so many expletives on public radio.
This is not. Yeah, wait! Don't tell me about Zach Brown's divorce.
In his company for the music video of his song "Beautiful Drug" featuring Avicii remix. Now, I'm doing this because they used video footage from our private wedding party in Nashville for his music video for commercial gain. In the video, they replaced me with a look-alike model who's seen behaving promiscuously, irresponsibly, unprofessionally, and recklessly.
Anyway, it goes on and on and on. But Zach Brown is like, I don't know that
he even uses cover wives.
Yeah, I don't know that he has said anything about it, but she's got to be on Instagram going, hey, we had a wedding party in November, and then 9 days later, he told me over Zoom that he wanted a divorce. So they were married in August, and in November, he goes, hey, I want on Zoom, I want a divorce. And he wanted her to sign an NDA and all kinds of stuff. And it's wild. She's cute. But it's been very public and contentious. And he hasn't said anything about it.
I'm reading an article about it now. I mean, you can't make it work. You can't make it work, but
I mean, yeah, but you have a wedding party 2 months after. So you get married in August. You have a wedding party for all your friends and family in November. And then 9 days later on Zoom, you go, I want a divorce. I mean, something's going on there, but.
well, she said it was because she refused to sign a lifetime NDA.
Right, but you got to do your own thing. I mean, you'd think you'd figure that out before. That's a version of a prenup. I don't know if they had anything like that.
Not really, because
Yeah.
you're just saying you're not ever going to talk about you guys.
Right. So sign
That's
it.
not a prenup.
No. Prenup's the financial stuff. I'm saying this is just a version of, hey, here's a piece of paper that's going to say what's what from here on out, whatever happens. So you think that would have been figured out ahead of time? I don't know. I don't know anything about these people. But I saw that, and I was like, oh, that's the guy Mary likes.
I do like him.
That's the guy that does all those Dave Matthews Band songs. That's the guy that covers the Beastie Boys.
Keep going. Just keep. Get out whatever you need to get out.
No. You said when you saw him, he did like Beastie Boys.
Did he do Dave Matthews Band?
No.
Oh.
Not yet, Mary. Not
yet.
yet.
You're right. Not yet.
Not yet. All right, I'm going to take a break. 5:30, I'll have that keyword for you. It's $1,000 and a trip to Vegas. We're doing our iHeartRadio Music Festival again next month. And after the break, $50 to Blue Heron Brewery. Want to get out, hit the patio while it's still nice, have something to eat. They're out there in Medina. We'll do that coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, how about $50 to Blue Heron Brewery right there in Medina? They were voted best brewery by the Ohio Craft Brewers. And they have a great menu, a lot of good seasonal dishes. Patio's great, too. So you're going on a date, a girls' night, dude's night, whatever. It's a good spot to hang. $50 to Blue Heron Brewery. You can reserve your spot online at blueheronmedina.com. Caller 10, this is yours. Get you started. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome back. Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got that money for you in a few minutes. About 4.5, 5 minutes. 5:30. Last chance today to get $1,000. And furthermore, get yourself to Vegas. That's where you'll be using the money. For our iHeartRadio Music Festival with the Black Crowes and who else? Gwen Stefani. Halsey. I'll tell you what, that Halsey. I can't.
Oh, mustard vagina.
I can't. Oh, is that what it is? It smells like that?
That's what Pound Cake always said, remember?
Right, he called her mustard vagina.
It looks like he said it looks like her vagina smells like mustard.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think she is lovely.
Yeah.
She and Dua Lipa are on this thing. And, Halsey's a mom now. And she has an album called If I Can't Have Love, I Want Power. And the cover of it is her kind of all done up like Mary Queen of Scots. And she's holding a baby that I assume is her child. And she has a breast out on full display. And I'm sure that it was edited for like sales in stores and things like that. But that is the original cover. And it's fantastic. Halsey and Hosier and a lot of other acts that don't begin with H on the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Thomas Rhett, Shabuzi, New Kids on the Block, and Doja Cat. And they've added a handful of people, too. So anyway, you can win one of those trips with RMG. You can win one with Stansbury, and you can win one with me around 5:30. Bill, do you want to talk? You want to talk about people that were on the boat that we were so pleased to see? We just heard from Stripper Scott.
As long as we don't have to talk to Mary Santorum.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just kidding.
Mary, I'm so sorry. We ran into Mary Santorum right there on the boat.
Just kidding. Just teasing.
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santora.
I'll tell you what, Mary Santorum, I had never seen her and our own Mary Santora in the same place at the same time. And Mary Santorum was very thirsty to get on the mic, and I had to tell her, the boat is so big, not everybody's going to hear you, they're not going to know what's going on, and I would hate to waste your immense talents on something that not everyone could enjoy at once.
Oh, that's okay, Alan. I have much talent to spread around. Don't worry.
I know.
Next year.
Yeah, I know you spread it around. I know.
I just wanted to tell you and thank you. I had a fabulous time on the Fandango cruise, drinking with all of my fans.
Yeah. Oh, your fans were on there, too. That's great.
But it was so nice to see Mary Santora. Mary, you look so beautiful.
Thank you.
I absolutely loved your dress. Quick question. Do you know if they make that in a men's size 26?
I could check.
Why? What, do you have a boyfriend, Mary Santorum? Is that why you're asking?
What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, all right.
I also was really happy to see my favorite comic in the world, Mr. Bill Squire. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mary.
Bill, I have to say, I love the way you looked on Saturday. You have a real Chaz Bono thing going on. I like it, big boy.
Wow. Higher praise is hard to come by.
Much taller.
Wow. Talk about spreading out the compliments.
Bill, I still get starstruck when I see you in person, and I got a little excited when you gave me a hug, because afterwards I had to retuck my junk. Alan, I was talking to the captain of the Good Time, and he said to me, I know the little one's name is Al, but why do they call the big one Cox?
Right. Well, it's right. These must be in descending order of hilarity here, Bill, is what's happening.
Yeah, they always say close with your weakest stuff.
Yeah, well, it's called a showstopper for a reason.
Well, on that note, I'll cut this call short. I just want to thank you for taking my call and letting me perform my craft. It was great seeing everybody. I had a blast, and I can't wait for next year.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Mary. Thank you. There's Mary Santora, who, normally calls when our own Mary Santora is not available. I shouldn't say not available. It's just that I think that Mary Santorum is so intimidated by you that she makes it a point to interact with us when you're not around.
She likes to be the only girl.
I think so, yeah. Yes. I think that's probably the case.
Well, you know how that is. A lot of women don't support women.
I know. It's upsetting.
That is terrible.
It's good to be Bill Squire. It always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
Mm-hmm. She did a birthday song for you, too. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Very nice. I've got money here for you. It's $1,000 and a trip to Vegas. You and a friend. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival. September 20th and 21st. The T-Mobile Arena. With a whole host of musical luminaries. Dua Lipa and Halsey and the Black Crowes and Thomas Rhett, if you're a country music fan. There's really something for everybody. Keith Urban, if you're a country music fan, or just a fan of Australian people. So listen closely and good luck. I hope you win.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200.
WMMS. Catching up on the podcast, I think it was Tuesday when you guys were talking about whether you would comment to someone, a friend, if you didn't like their new hairstyle or change of clothing style and all that stuff. And it was like a month ago, didn't Mary say, hey, I finally realized, I can do what I want. I can wear what I want. Nobody cares. Nobody's looking at me. I just don't understand, Bill telling his friend he doesn't like his hairstyle, or, Mary saying that, it's a cry for help if a guy dyes his hair. Doesn't she dye her hair all the time? Doesn't she mention that?
When did I say that?
I don't understand, no one actually cares what other people are wearing. No one cares their opinion. I can't even imagine telling my friend, oh, I don't like your hair. Why would they care what I think? So didn't understand the whole conversation or why anyone would make comments to other people. So yeah, maybe I missed something. I don't know.
Well, that was a couple days ago. I don't remember a chapter and verse.
The person I was telling about their hair is a performer that meets a lot of people. So I wasn't saying I don't like your hair. I'm saying if you're going to do that to your hair, do it right. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying
it was a dye job. You said,
it was a bad dye job, and it's a person that, in the photos, it looked bad.
Now, how did he not know that?
He's got other things to worry about, Alan.
No, but you look at a photo of yourself, or this is a person with a mirror. He had to go, that looks good.
It wasn't the worst thing.
Right.
It was just I noticed it, and I was just like, hey, if you're a man of means, if you're gonna do this, do it right. Don't do the box stuff at home.
This is a comic with
Yes.
money.
Yes.
Oh. Well, then what is he's got nothing to worry about then.
So what I'm saying, like you're taking these pictures with people after the show.
Right.
You want your hair to look good.
You're sure he wasn't doing it as like a goof? You know, some
No,
guys.
it's not a goof.
Like
no.
their whole hook is
It
some
was-
goofy
it was not a
haircut.
goof.
Okay.
And then also, if it wasn't this situation, I would do it. I would care how my friend's hair looks because I want to be mean to them.
What, you want to be mean to your friends?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh,
like
I
to
see.
goof on them a bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with goofing on your friends a little bit.
Well, Mary, he was implying that you color your hair and you shouldn't blah, blah, blah.
I didn't say anything about anybody coloring their hair. Not that I remember.
Well, we were talking about dye jobs.
Well, I think his thing more with you was like not caring how anybody looks or whatever, but then also like, I don't know. He was kind of all over the place.
The example I gave
I bet his
of
hair
when
looks
I
stupid.
the example I
That's what he
gave of
called.
when I would say something, I said if Bill showed up in like tight skinny jeans and a vest, and I'd be like, "That's a new look."
I guess I'll change my outfit for tomorrow.
You mean like a
Like a
like
drastically new look. I'd be like,
Yeah.
"That's what we're doing."
like
And
an
he'd be
old,
"I
like an
love it."
'80s prom vest or
Yeah.
something, a ventriloquist outfit.
And if he was like, "Yeah, I really love it. I look great. I feel so comfortable." I'd be like, "Good for you, man." But I would not question it if someone's doing something completely crazy out of style.
But you would verbalize it.
I would ask, "Did you lose a bet? Like, what's going on? I've never seen you dress like this before."
Right.
And then if he were like, "No, I just like it. I just wanted to try something new," then that would be the end of the story.
But Bill, I guarantee every person you met along the way, you had to tell the bowl cut story to. Because
Not
they,
really.
they would have thought, what the hell is this guy up to?
Not really, because like I know people around here, like in the comedy scene. Like if I did comedy, I was able to explain it, and I'd try to wait till like the last bit to explain it, and they'd be like, oh, "Okay, goodness." But yeah, also there's just a lot of weird looking people out there, and people they did not care that much.
Right.
Like it was shocking for the people that knew me, but it was also one of those things where it's like, okay, that's that. It actually gave me a weird amount of confidence.
Yeah, because it's so over the top that, well, what's somebody going to say? Hey, that looks weird. Cool, thanks.
Like, yeah.
Got it.
know.
Yep. People are suggesting maybe your friend is colorblind.
No, I don't
Is
think
his
it was
hair
that.
colored red or green?
No, it was not good.
Because that would
Colored red or
explain it.
green. No,
Oh.
no, it just looked splotchy.
So splot. Oh, it's not even.
It was like not even, and also like you got to. Again, if you're dyeing your hair to cover gray, you have to keep up with it because you're getting haircuts a lot more often if you have short hair.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of work. And I was just telling them, hey, if you're going to do this, do it right.
Speaking of gray hair, elderly nudists. A couple in their 70s has disappeared from the nudist resort where they lived. All they found were their car and their cell phones. Where do they put their cell phones when they're walking around?
You know where.
Yeah!
Nature's pocket.
Oh, boy. In your prison wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Friends are very concerned about Stephanie and Daniel Menard, a couple in their 70s, who live at the Olive Dell Nudist Ranch in San Bernardino County. She is 73. Daniel is 79. He's diabetic and has dementia.
Oh, boy.
As septuagenarian, dementia-riddled nudist. I mean, you're not going to forget to put something on. You know, anybody else, you're like, oh, my God, he forgot his pants. Not this guy.
One less thing to worry about.
Yeah. But they can't find him. Missing nudists.
What was his first name? Dan?
Daniel.
Daniel. Yeah. His nickname was Big Money. And so now they have a campaign, Save Big Money, Dan Menard.
BillSquire.com for tickets. Where are you going to be?
Willoughby.
Willoughby.
Garage
That's
Bar.
right.
BillSquire.com.
That's
Buy those
right.
tickets. I'm very funny.
You're like the people that you see the picture of the people holding up the signs that say Donald Trump is not weird. That's a good way to get the point across. That'll let everybody know. By the time you're making the signs up, anyway, the elderly nudists. The couple's beloved Shih Tzu, Cuddles, is also missing. And people are stumped, if you pardon the pun. They say that,
They left at the top of a mountain.
Yeah, they were last seen on a nudist office team building exercise. They say that they didn't get around. They weren't particularly mobile because the guy wasn't in good shape, and they were, so it's very strange for them to go somewhere without their car. They found out that they weren't ready for church on Sunday morning, and some friends called to try to figure out what was going on. I have so many questions.
Church nudists, eh?
I mean, when you live at a nudist colony, it's one thing to visit. I've visited them before. But when you live there, is it naked church? Because usually it's all naked. Everything's naked.
Well, that's
or
how
at least
God
clothing
wanted
optional.
It.
Yes.
That's
right.
Everyone was naked to begin with, and that whore ate the apple.
Yup. Preach. So a neighbor goes to their house. She's like, the TV, the computer are on.
Real quick, were you guys taught that the fall was not good? Because that was part of the plan, was what we were taught.
The fall from grace?
The fall from grace.
So that Jesus could come and redeem?
Yeah. It's all part of the plan.
Well, that's all part of the plan. But
Yeah,
still.
everything. They say everything's part of the plan.
Selfish bitch.
Yeah. Hey, why does God let kids die from cancer? Oh, it's part of the
all
plan.
part of the
That's
plan.
part of God's mystery. Cool. So, yeah, they're trying to figure out where these people are. These elderly nudists.
Maybe they wanted to start wearing clothes again and were embarrassed and didn't know how to tell their friends.
Yeah, maybe they split.
They're like, no, we're here. We're not. We just have clothes on. It was like
They didn't recognize them with their clothes on.
Yeah.
Their neighbor
I'm
said,
saying they left
Well,
the colony
Daniel
because
probably-
they're like, I just want to wear pants, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm going to start wearing a vest and skinny jeans.
Yeah, our beliefs don't align anymore.
So they have the Riverside County search dogs out now. Must be a lot easier to sniff for nudists.
How? There's
They're
no
leaving all kinds of scents.
You don't give them anything. I guess they could go smell like they're bedding or something.
Yeah. Or like toilet paper.
The toilet paper is not being flushed. in
Yeah,
this
that's
scenario?
right, Mary. That's right.
They're just wiping and leaving.
Try to
Like a
follow
third
along,
world
will you?
country.
Yes. They're just wiping and leaving. It's like they're living in Mexico. Please do not flush. Put everything in the garbage pail. Great. Anyway, they haven't found those people. So the nudist elderly couple remains missing. 73 and 79 elderly. I always think of 80 as the point there. But again, they're not
I
in
think
very good
70.
shape. They're not in very good shape. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
The Surgeon General says parents are so stressed out that they can't function in a normal day.
It's
Proud at the Cleveland National Air Show, presented by Discount Drug Mart, featuring U.S. Navy Blue Angels, A-10, jet truck, display aircraft, and more, in the air and on the ground. Visit clevelandairshow.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
It's called the cellular phone, and it's being heralded as a revolution in technology.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Live stream's there. Got to email me for anything. You can do it as well. If you're listening on iHeartRadio, still getting messages from people that it is I don't know, it's still weird listening over there with commercials and things, but I have done what I can do, and I've washed my hands of that situation. So we'll see what the people in charge of those kinds of things can come up with for a solution. But if you're out of state and you listen to the show, one of our bureau chiefs, let me know where. Sasha is in Portland, Oregon. Laura listens in Richmond, Virginia. Amy lives in Captain Cook, Hawaii. Which island is Captain Cook on? You've been to Hawaii, Mary.
I've never been to Captain Cook.
Ah.
It's Captain Hook.
Cook.
No.
You're thinking of Captain Hook.
Yeah, because that's a thing. No one's been Captain Cook. That's stupid.
Well, it's probably a guy. It's probably a guy who crashed on Hawaii before it was a thing, right? I mean, Captain Cook is on Kona. Was that an island? That's not an island. It's on the island of Hawaii. Well, anyway. So thanks. There, Oleg is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. He listens in London, Ontario. And Tom is in the cornfields of McHenry, Illinois. You know what two words I love when they're put together? And I didn't realize
Bikini contest.
Yes. No. Close.
Jazz
Natural
fusion.
history.
Oh.
Jazz fusion.
Tex-Mex.
Tex-Mex. Well, those are parts of words, yes.
Mm-hmm. Texas.
Although Texas Mexis?
Yes, it stands for Texas Mexis.
No, we did mention the Kenny G Show is coming out to MGM Northfield Park, and so if you like your jazz fused with whatever else. No, urine antics. I like those two words together. Now, I'd never seen them together.
I like to call them piss predicaments.
Predicaments? Yeah. You got P-ranked!
You still have a chance to do that prank, by the way, because she hasn't done the cleaning out yet. Or she did it
She
today.
did!
She did it today.
She threw away my protein shake.
You didn't label it or take it out. That's
Dude, it's sealed in a bottle. Like, it's.
what?
I didn't pour it into something. We get the email, as of today, we're going to clean everything out, so mark everything. That fridge was, like, full of, like, random loose boxes of food. That's what I thought they were talking about. Because the door still has all the salad dressings in it. Why did my protein shake get thrown out? It's clearly... I had to put a Post-it note on there that says, don't throw this away?
Yeah.
Why?
That's literally what the email said.
No, like, they're talking about people who put crap in a box and then leave it there. That's all in there, too. Why are all of the half-full salad dressings? They didn't all have Post-it notes on them. Why did my sealed, labeled protein shake in the door get thrown out? I went to go get it this last break. I'm like, what's going on around here?
Must have been stinky.
It wasn't even open.
It was.
Every time there's a food delivery here, like yesterday, some Mexican place dropped off a bunch of food.
Mm-hmm.
So there's big boxes and, you know, the leftovers all go into the fridge. That's what I assume they're talking about. Hey, this stuff, or somebody's apple that's in the back and is clearly like past its expiration date. That's the kind of stuff. Hey, this is how any office works when they clean out the fridge. Hey, you put something in there 3 months ago and you forgot about it. If you want it, label it. Not something that's sealed and closed and labeled.
Remember when we used to have our own fridge? Oh, those were the days.
Yeah. When we moved down here, I told them I was going to put it in here, and they had a hissy fit because they didn't want any extraneous stuff.
Like bed bugs.
Bed bugs, yeah, well, whatever. But no, I mean, it was a good 2-3 months we were in these new studios before Keith Kennedy stopped complaining about the map. I'm like, who cares? So, yeah, now, of course, I'm using our old office fridge in my garage. That's one of my drink fridges.
Just bring it to work every day and then take it home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I don't even care about the show.
I got to plug it in, get it cool again. Yeah, and then take it home.
Yeah. Well, seems like the most natural solution.
Well, that and there's like 2 wall outlets in this
I
whole
know.
studio. There's one by the door and then
There's
one
one
back
behind
here
you, yeah.
to plug in my stage light. But yeah, I went to go open it up. I go, ooh, I'm going to get my protein shake. It's not even in there.
What
And I'm like,
flavor?
I'm not going to dig through the chocolate. I'm not going to dig through the trash, obviously, because it's probably already like room temperature. But I didn't realize that's what was happening. Usually when you get an email about we're cleaning out the fridge, it's stuff that's clearly been in there and unclaimed for weeks. Hasn't been eaten. You know, it's not like they're throwing out people's Pyrex with their lunch in it. If you see it, you go, well, anyway, whatever. That is, I guess, my fault. I should have put a Post-it note on. I didn't realize that's what. But again, there's a door full of half full bottles of salad
Yeah, but
dressing.
dressing doesn't really like expire like that.
Who's making that decision?
Us.
The email said, I mean, why weren't those all thrown out? They didn't have notes on them. And they're opened.
I can't answer this question for you, brother.
Well,
There's one person who can. Call
Jesus.
her in here. Put her on air.
Oh,
she's probably gone.
Of course she's gone.
Make her come
And again,
back.
it's not her fault. I just didn't realize that's what was happening. It is my fault.
I bet she picked it up and goes, I bet this is Alan.
She threw it away on purpose.
All right, well, then she and I have to have a different conversation. But, and again, first world problems, but I didn't realize that was. And I got to tell you, it really is my fault. Because this morning I thought, well, I'll put a Post-it note in my protein shake. But I didn't because I thought, no, that's ridiculous. They're talking about the open boxes of food that are in there and not being consumed. So I didn't, and that's my fault. You're right. That's my fault for not doing
So the email from 9:45 this morning says, I will be throwing everything away today unless it's marked to stay. So that's word for word what the email says. So if you did not put a Post-it note on it, then that's what happened.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
And then she sent another one at 10:23. I moved everything that remotely looks like lunch to the middle shelf. After lunch, whatever still remains will be pitched. So quit crying.
I'm not crying.
This is more belly aching.
I'm belly aching.
Boo-hooing over here.
And why is my
protein.
belly aching?
Aching from lack of protein.
I didn't have salmon jerky today. So and that's my fault. You're right. That's my fault. Back to the urine antics.
Okay.
So there's a doctor in Florida, a guy named Dr. Giovanni Baula, and he sold his medical practice to a fellow doctor. And apparently he just couldn't let go. And he was upset for some reason with the guy who bought his practice, Dr. Dylan Dinesh. Boy, that family's all over the place with the names. And so they said that the doctor who used to own that medical practice went back to his old place of business, angry at the current doctor owner, and splashed urine all over the front doors.
Whose urine?
They didn't say that.
Like, did he pee or
They
did
didn't.
he?
Oh,
like,
no. They said it was a lot. They said gallons of urine. So maybe this guy sold his practice to, like, go run a ranch or something. But he's on
Or is he
camera.
got some
we don't
sort
know
of
that it's
Howard
human.
Hughes type thing.
I don't know.
He's been saving it in jars.
So the current owner of the medical facility has filed all kinds of charges and complaints because they said that the urine soaked into the front doors, causing irreparable damage. These were wooden doors.
Oh, no.
And he said that the medical practice has suffered upwards of $10,000 in other losses related to the urine antics. So the guy caught himself a felony count of criminal mischief. Man, I love mischief as a charge. I sprayed pee on your doors.
Lots of it.
Lots, gallons of pee on your doors. I'm just mischievous. What do you want from me? His medical license expires in January, and his primary address is a $2 million waterfront home in Gulfport, Florida.
Dude, you had it. You're done. You were killing it, and then you
had it made.
You get into some urine.
These guys just can't get over the. It's you look at a guy like Trump, you're like, this guy doesn't want to be in this anymore, and he never had to be. If he could have, he could have had the greatest life, and he just couldn't handle it. He snowflaked out, just throwing tacks in the road in front of yourself. Hey, Jacob.
Hello.
Jakub, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing?
Good.
I have a solution to your protein shake dilemma. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what you do. You take a sticker off the salad dressing bottle and you put it on the protein shake, and then you put it back in the door, and that way it won't get thrown away. See how perfect that is?
Really?
You like that? You like that one?
Oh, boy. I'll tell you what, Jacob. Where have you been my whole life? Yeah,
man.
he is. He's Mr. Solution. He figured it out.
Yeah, there you go, man.
All right.
Love you
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you. Love you, too. That would require me... to
stop your belly.
Molest someone else's property. That would require me to manipulate someone's salad dressing. One of those, by the way, is mine. One of those half-full salad dressings in the door, mine. That's still there. Wouldn't have been mad if that had been thrown away. But you're right, Mary, you're right. She spelled it out for us.
Twice.
Okay. What do you want from me? I can't read every email that comes through here. I can't. There's too many of them. I'm looking for emails where the subject line is, "Hey, we have a solution to your podcast problem." Those are the ones I'm looking for. I can handle being down a protein shake. Doesn't it sound like I can handle that, Mary?
You sound very, very calm.
Doesn't it sound like I can handle that?
Yeah, seems like it's not a big deal at all.
Thank you. That's the point I'm trying to get across. That, and I just wanted to talk about urine antics. Is that too much
I don't think so.
to ask?
You know, it's Friday. It's your show. You can do
It's
whatever you
not
want.
Friday.
Oh, are you sure?
All day I thought it was. And I finally got around it. And what does this one do? Oh, well, you know it's Friday. It's not. Tomorrow is. Today's Thursday.
Let's start the weekend.
That's now not how it starts around here.
We can start it.
With the Rebecca Black Friday Get Down.
Yeah, but we can. That's a good lead in to me doing
Nope.
Friday Get Down.
Nope.
See you on Tuesday.
Nope. That's how I'll start doing it. No. Nope. So now I'm gonna go home.
No.
I'm gonna go home, and I'm gonna think it's Friday again. So thanks a lot, Mary.
No problem, brother. That's what I'm here for.
Rebecca Black Fact.
So I already am down a protein shake, and now I think it's a day that it is not. Gesundheit. Bill's over here getting sick.
Getting recovered.
Sick. I'm sorry. Getting recovered.
Recovered from being sick.
Yeah. Engage in his own urine antics when he gets home.
What? No.
I'm sorry?
It's regular. They're not antics. It's regular urine deposits in the toilet.
Deposits?
Yeah.
Well, don't do it in your pants. They'll get all crusty, according to Mary.
Wait, what's wrong?
I stand by what I said.
Nothing. We were talking about pee in your pants.
Urine
and she
gets
said
crusty?
That's
If
what
you
she
let
said.
it dry on your clothes, yes.
Because it has minerals and salts in it.
Okay, go pee on your shirt tonight and then bring it into work tomorrow, and let's see if it's crusty.
I was a bedwetter, and it was not crusty.
This is the expertise we needed yesterday.
Well, he was throwing up, so blame
I
him.
know.
Yeah,
The wrong fluid was coming out of
it. It doesn't get crusty.
People were talking about going to concerts and peeing in their pants at a concert. You are drinking beer, you're dehydrated, you're in the sun. There's no way that pee is drying completely clean like water would. I don't believe it.
It's not drying clean. Like, there'll still be a smell,
Just
but
not getting
it's
crusty.
not getting crusty though.
But it's not going to dry like your shirt would dry if it had water on it.
It'll dry very, very similar.
No.
Like
I will take my cues from the bedwetter, Mary.
He's never peed. Have you ever peed yourself at a concert?
No.
All right, well, that's what we were talking about.
But I still will say that it's just like when you sweat, you get your clothes get crusty from sweat.
That's not even close to the same amount of liquid that would come out of a full bladder.
You know how sweaty some people are.
I'm not that sweaty.
If you pee your pants and it's the same as getting sweaty. So there's no sweat crust and there's no pee crust is what you're saying.
No, there's no crust. No
Sex
crust.
cauldron. I thought they closed that place down.
You get
All
a
right.
crusty butt from like a wet poop that dries, but
Oh, God.
not
A
from
wet
pee.
poop. You hear that, Mary?
I heard it.
Wet poops, all right? Just hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Alan is Mary bummed out because she's missing the great Geauga County Fair this weekend.
I am pretty bummed out. I didn't get to go to any county fairs this year.
Ohio's oldest fair. And that
Right.
bums you out that you
Yeah.
Oktoberfest is this weekend at the
That's not the
Cuyahoga County
same.
Fairgrounds. It's not. It's
No.
better. I got it.
No.
I've ironed my lederhosen and everything.
No, you haven't. I don't believe you.
Stephen Canton pointing out that our own Bill Squire has had different eras of fashion. So the skinny jeans could be the Bad Boy Bill, Tommy Bill Hama.
Yeah.
You have had the many looks. You're like Costanza.
I've got
the
looks,
many
yeah.
looks and moods of Bill Squire.
And I pulled them all off effortlessly.
Yep. Alan, did you know a protein deficiency is the leading cause of memory loss? What is he talking about?
You don't get your protein shake.
What protein shake?
Wow, it works fast.
Oh, look at that. Oh, little bit, and I'm out. Okay, I got to take a break.
Pee doesn't dry crusty.
Beer pee is usually pretty clear, this person says. Yeah, pretty clear to see when you've done it because you smell like crust. All right, I got a break. You want to get you have to go, Mary? What's going on?
Yeah, I gotta go.
You go? Okay, bye.
Gotta prep.
Bye. All right, you want to get the last word in 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free